All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time today. Good morning and welcome to the organizing meeting for the Tennessee Public Charter Schools Commission. I'd like to thank the members of the commission for taking the next 2 days out of your very busy schedules for this important work. My name is Amity Schuyler. I am the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Education and your staff liaison until you have hired your Executive Director. In the audience today is also Alex Martin, the Governor's Office Director of External Affairs. And at this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Nathan James to start with introductions, and then we'll go around the room and turn the meeting back over to Nathan to lead you through your first adoption of policies, the election of your chair and your vice chair.
Thank you. The time being 10 o'clock, and we're going to set the precedent of being very concerned and about everyone's time. I will introduce myself, and we'll go around to the right, and then we'll get straight into business. I'm Nathan James. I'm the Director of Legislative and External Affairs for the State Board of Education.
Good morning, I'm Angie Sanders. I'm the General Counsel for the State Board of Education.
Hi, I'm Tess Stovall. I'm the Director of Charter Schools for the State Board of Education.
I'm Dave Hansen, titleless.
I'm Chris Richards, titleless.
Good morning, I'm Derwin Sisnet.
I'm Tom Griscom. Good morning, I'm Alan Levine.
Hi, I'm Mary Pierce.
Terrence Patterson.
You already went. Wendy Tucker. I think my title is Commission Member for the Middle District.
Eddie Smith, Knoxville. Steve Canavero, I'm a consultant with West Ed on this project.
Hope Soriano McCrary, Director of Engagement for the Tennessee Department of Education.
All right, with that, for the purpose of perfecting the Commission's organization, I will act as the presiding officer until the Commission adopts a members policy, a meetings policy, and elects its officers. If it was simply a matter of having no officers, the most senior member by a term of length of service in office would preside. In the absence of such distinctions, it is appropriate for the clerk or a similar officer to fill these duties. This is the custom of legislative and deliberative bodies when going through its first organizational session. The Commission member and meetings policies provide the framework for the election of officers, the rules of order, and they outline the way the body will operate. When these are adopted, as the body chooses, then we will proceed to the election of officers. After the election of officers, the elected chair will then preside, and after that point in time, no staff member will ever preside over this commission again. By appointment of the governor, and in accordance with confirming resolutions of both houses of the General Assembly and pursuant to general law, I declare Alan Levine, Christine P. Richards, Dave Hansen, Derwin Sisnet, Eddie Smith, Mary Pierce, Terrence Patterson, Tom Griscom, and Wendy Tucker to be seated commissioners of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. Congratulations to each of you. You are no longer titleless. At this point, we will take the roll of commissioners to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Tom Grissom.
Here.
Dave Hansen.
Here.
Alan Levine.
Here.
Terrence Patterson.
Here.
Mary Pierce.
Here.
Chris Richards.
Here.
Derwin Sisnet.
Here.
Eddie Smith.
Here.
Wendy Tucker.
Here.
All are present.
I declare a quorum to be present, and we are in session for the purposes of organization. The first item to be taken up is the commission members policy, which has been sent out to you all in advance and is in your booklets. I will go through each of these and give you the background of it. The staff of the State Board of Education, also working with our friends at the department, have put this together, and it's largely modeled on the State Board of Education members policy. It outlines some very clear things, but remember, this is to be the commission's policy. So such amendments as you may have or discussion or questions as you may deem appropriate are certainly in order. First portion is Tennessee Public School Commission. The commission is composed of 9 appointed members. These are entitled commissioners. The majority of the commissioners must reside within the geographic boundary of an LEA in which at least one public charter school operates, and there must be at least 3 commissioners from each grand division of the state serving on the commission. Elected officials and state employees are prohibited from serving as a commissioner for so long as they hold the office or position. This is in statute. The terms of office are laid out here, and these are also from statute. Appointments are made by the governor and subject to a strong confirmation process in the Senate and the House of Representatives. If either the Senate or the House fails to confirm the appointment of each of the commissioners by the governor within 90 calendar days after the Tennessee General Assembly next convenes in regular session following the appointment, then that appointment shall terminate on the day following the 90th calendar day. Vacancies would, so the position of any commissioner shall become vacant if a commissioner fails without cause to attend more than 50% of the commission's regular meetings in a calendar year. Cause shall be determined by the commission. Whenever a vacancy on the commission exists for any reason, the governor shall appoint a member for the remainder of the unexpired term. And a member appointed by the governor to fill a vacancy on the commission is subject to the same confirmation in the General Assembly. So what does that look like operationally for this commission? That means if a member has to absent themselves or they're not able to be present, they should inform the chair that they're not going to be there. And then since it is up to the commission itself to excuse its members, the chair would say, without objection, Commissioner Levine or Commissioner Smith is excused. Or if they want them to be unexcused, that's fine. But if the statement is without objection, then it becomes an action of the body instead of just one member. Method and election of officers. The chair and vice chair of the commission shall be elected by the commissioners for a term of 3 years or for the remainder of the respective chairs or vice chair's term on the commission, whichever is earlier. The chair and vice chair may be reelected, and the chair of the commission shall appoint the chair and members of any committee of the commission. Questions or concerns? New member orientation. This next section sets out a duty for the executive director that you all will pick to make sure that there is a proper onboarding process for the commissioners as they're appointed. The next portion is representation of commissioners. The executive director, with concurrence of the chair, shall develop a procedure for designation of members to represent the commission at appropriate meetings, public hearings, and functions. But let's be clear, that does not abridge the right of commissioners as public officials in their own rights to express their individual views. And that is protected in statute. Expenses and reimbursement shall be done in accordance with the comprehensive travel regulations of the state. And then we have attached here the conflict of interest disclosure for each commissioner. With that, if there be any questions, amendments, or discussion related to the members' policy.
Nathan, do we need to move the policy? And
Absolutely.
approve it?
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing right now. So
Well, then I so move.
Commissioner Levine moves the adoption of the policy. Commissioner Smith seconds the motion. Is there objection to the question? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Commissioner Grissom.
Aye.
Commissioner Henson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker. Aye.
So may I ask you one other question, Nathan?
Yes, sir. First, let's declare the vote. By your vote, you have adopted a commission member's policy. Commissioner Griscom.
The, in our notebook is the conflict of interest disclosure. Are we being asked while we're here these 2 days to fill that out and leave it with staff while we're here?
You will,
Thank you.
tomorrow morning after your training.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
A little ahead of you.
Further questions?
Gold star to Commissioner Levine for completing his already.
All right. So with that, we'll move into the commission meetings policy. For those of you that have served on other deliberative bodies or boards, this is effectively your rules of order. And they will govern your formal and official interactions with one another. So it makes clear that the commission will transact its business, at all business at official meetings, which may be either regular or special, and sets out the process for that. The commission shall meet at least quarterly. However, the commission may schedule more than 4 regular meetings per year. The 4 required meeting dates, along with any regular meeting dates, shall be set by the 15th of October in the preceding year. That way everybody can make their travel plans. We get into B. The chair of the commission may call special meetings or committee meetings whenever necessary for the transaction of urgent business, provided that the chair shall notify each member of any special meeting at least 5 days before the meeting is scheduled to take place. In all reality, 5 days would be an absolute minimum because you are required by general law to post notice, and adequate notice has seldom been considered less than 5 days. Let's put it that way. There is also a clause in here which allows members to call themselves into a special meeting. If a commissioner wishes to build a majority for the purposes of calling a special meeting, that commissioner will direct the executive director to notify the other commissioners of that commissioner's desire to call that special meeting. And the executive director will poll the other commissioners' willingness to meet and determine their availability. The reason you can't undertake that on your own is from this point in time, any commission business must be transacted in the open in accordance with sunshine laws. So never again will you be able to pick up the phone and call one another and say, to make the case for a meeting like that. All of that will go over tomorrow, but that's the reason that it reads the way it does. Does it make sense? The commission, we're moving on to C, the commission shall comply with Tennessee's Open Meetings Act. And by the way, members, remember, if there's something in here that you would like to tweak or something you want slightly different, this is yours, not just something that's being provided for you, okay? The commission shall comply with the Tennessee Open Meetings Act, which requires public governing bodies to hold their meetings in a way that's accessible to all citizens, with adequate public notice being given. Commissioner Tucker.
I just want to clarify, when you say we can tweak, we can't tweak that. Like the open meetings, the sunshine law is law.
Oh, right,
So,
yeah, what's in law you can't
So,
tweak, that's
right,
absolutely right.
I mean, we're powerful and all, but we're not that powerful. I just wanted to make sure we were, and if there are things in here that are specifically in law, if you could note that for us, that might be helpful.
And that's that, yeah. And actually, if you're reading along, you'll see the 5 and the 4 and the 6 and all that. Those are generally making reference to governing statute, and so that those things can't be changed. But in terms of, some things can, so. Let's see, it also requires that all your meetings be streamed by video. The quorum for an official meeting of the commission shall require the presence of a majority of the current voting commissioners. Absences, again, noted by the chair, and the commission shall have the power to excuse a commissioner's absence by consent of the majority of the commission. I can't imagine too often when some of you not want to excuse a member, but if it happens, any member has the right to require a vote for it. The chair of the commission, if they know of someone who they think ought to be excused, they can simply say, without objection, X member is excused. And again, that becomes an act of the body.
Okay. Nathan, may I?
Yes, sir, Commissioner McGee.
Yeah, so in the previous policy, we referenced cause. Is that to be interchangeable with the word excuse?
Yes. Well, I would say it this way. The difference, and this is going to be different for some attorneys at law and others who look for microscopic clarity. The purpose of having rules of order for a body is to preserve the maximum amount of flexibility for the body to make its own decisions while still having a veneer or a covering of rights and privileges which protect the minority on the body, instead of being ultra prescriptive the way a code or a rule could be. So effectively, the language is left there so that the body can make that interpretation as it goes. But if the body declares a person to be excused, then they're excused and not subject to mandatory removal. Okay, make sense? Mm-hmm. So, moving on to electronic participation. This section as well has quite a portion that's governed by law. Whenever participation by the commissioners, by electronic or other means of communication is necessary, the notice of the meeting shall state that participation via electronic or other means will take place. That means if you don't think you're going to be there, please don't call the day before and say, I want to join by phone, because in order to meet the commission's public notice requirements, that would have to have been included originally. If a physical quorum is not present at the location of a meeting, a statement of necessity shall be included in the minutes for such meeting and filed with the Secretary of State within 2 working days. That, again, is a matter of law. It's not subject to change. All votes taken when any one member or more is participating electronically, all votes on any matter at that meeting must be done by call of the roll. Anytime you have all members present, you can do things differently except when specifically noted for a particular item, okay? So this next section refers to suspension of the rules. Again, this is referring to your rules of order or the board meetings policy. A quorum of the commission may agree to suspend portions of this policy by a majority vote of the members entitled to vote. Members entitled to vote means all seated members of the commission, not simply a majority of those present and voting. Present and voting would mean that 3 of 9 commissioners could move to suspend the rules because only 5 were present. Remember, the rules are designed to protect the prerogatives of the minority and each individual member, whether present or not. So to suspend the rules of order with a simple majority, if you have only 5 members present, it would require all 5 to do that. If you had 9 members present, it would still require 5 of the 9 to suspend the rules of order. Some legislative bodies take that to 2/3. In your case, that would only be the difference between 5 and 6. So, questions on that? Okay. Election of officers. The chair of the commission shall be elected by the commissioners for a term of 3 years. The chair may be re-elected, and the chair of the commission shall appoint the chair and members of any committee of the commission. The commission shall also elect from its members a vice chair who will serve a 3-year term and shall preside in the absence of the chair. Those positions are contemplated in the code. The development for the agenda, this section I would ask members to make sure they pay close attention to and see what you're comfortable with. The agenda for any meeting of the commission or its committees shall be prepared by the executive director with the concurrence of the chair. An unscheduled item may be included on the agenda of the commission or its committees at the time of the meeting, by permission of the chair and the consent of the majority of the commissioners, again entitled to vote, or in the case of a committee agenda item, by a majority vote of the committee. So if you have a committee of 3, 2 would be required, otherwise it would be 5 of the 9 members.
Hey, Nathan,
Yes, sir.
why do we have to have a vote of the commission if the chair, or if the executive director drafts the agenda with the concurrence of the chair, if they want to add something to the agenda, why do we need to have a vote of the commission to add it to the agenda?
So again, what the purpose of rules of order like this is to make sure that all members' prerogatives are equally looked after. So while you all will express confidence in a chair and a vice chair, yet at no point in time in the next 5 years would you want as a member to not be able to bring something forward. So it becomes an act of the body, not simply an act of a staff person along with one member to do that. In the normal course of business, if you watch a State Board of Education meeting, for instance, it's one of the things that's done at the very, very beginning of a meeting. And oftentimes, it's the chair asking unanimous consent. Without objection, we object. Or I'm sorry, without objection, we adopt this. It's just a prerogative of each individual commissioner. And in actuality, it probably won't come up much, but if you ever wanted to use it and you didn't have it, it might make a member feel somewhat less than enfranchised. Does that make sense?
Sure.
If of course, if you want to amend it or change it, it's your decisions.
If I can, Nathan, can I intervene I saw that happen in my 5 years on the state board a few times when members had things that they brought at the meeting that they wanted to be heard, and it wasn't any sort of gotcha or anything. It was things that either had come up between the meetings and you have sunshine laws or not, but I felt like this rule worked really well to allow us to, as a body, consider things that had not been put in the agenda for valid reasons. So, just my experience.
So also it says there, an agenda item may be removed from the agenda with the permission of the chair and the consent of the majority of the commission. So it also makes clear that all resolutions must be submitted in writing before passage, even if handwritten. So in other words, you don't sit there and say, and we ought to say this and we ought to say that, and somebody's desperately trying to write it all down for you. Well, that's happening. So, Commissioner Griscom.
So, having lived in the world of open meetings and open records most of my career, I read this and do we have any issue? Somebody says, well, we brought up an item to avoid it being put out ahead of time in the meeting notice. I mean, I just want to make sure that I like the rule, but I also want to make sure that it's not something, Wendy, to your point, that maybe is out there and just gets slid in. And you got people concerned about why was this not, if this issue was here, why was it not, part of the formal agenda that went out? I'm just want to make sure that we don't, run crossways with the open meetings law.
Right, and I wouldn't say you'd be running crossways with the open meetings law. And I would also say the other side of it is that what you do today, what you do tomorrow, and in your first several meetings are going to set your precedents, right? You're going to reach a tempo where you're working together and you'll trust each other's judgment or, learn each other quite a bit. There is a high enough bar there that making changes would have to be agreed to by a majority of your colleagues. And so it's not just any one person can throw anything onto it anytime they want to. It's a little higher bar than that. Angie Sanders, our general counsel.
One other point I want to make that I think Nathan is about to get to, the discussion around the number of readings that are required. And I think that also helps protect you, that if you did bring up something that wasn't originally on the agenda and noticed, then it's required to go through 2 readings anyway. So it would be noticed and come back up on the final reading at the next meeting.
And Nathan, for clarification, we could always come back 3 meetings from now and modify these rules. So to your point, we could look at the cadence of our meetings. If we see something that comes up through the course of our first few, we could come back and make amendments.
You can. There's also a provision that we'll get to at the end that would allow you to suspend a portion of it. So that's remember, this is about providing flexibility rather than putting you necessarily in a hole, but at the same time, you have a number of governing statutes that limit how flexible you can be, if that makes sense.
I'll also add, if it's the will of the commission today, you'll form a committee for rules, governance, and policy review. And so some of that work could also be done in committee.
So moving on to agendas, a consent agenda or unanimous consent agenda is a group of similarly situated items for consideration which may be considered en masse with a single unanimous vote. The vote will pass all measures on the consent agenda, but must be unanimous. Any commissioner may object to a measure placed on the consent agenda, and if the objection is raised, the measure so objected to shall be placed at the end of the consent agenda for separate consideration. That is how most legislative bodies work. Commissioner Smith, the Tennessee House of Representatives would allow a member to vote against a consent calendar and still have it pass. It's pretty unique in the legislative world that the House does that, and that is the difference between the House and these rules. A consent agenda may be prepared either in advance of the meeting or at the meeting with the permission of the chair by unanimous consent of the voting members at a meeting. Remember, everything you do with a consent agenda, everyone agrees on anyway. So that while it's a high bar, it's a process to allow you the flexibility to say, hey, these similarly situated items, they look the same. We want to vote on them together. We didn't organize them that way in advance. Is there objection to organizing them as a consent agenda? And as long as there's no objection, then that happens, and you can take one vote and continue
Nathan.
on. Commissioner Smith.
One of the things we were able to do in the House is any member could bump an item off the consent calendar to be discussed amongst the full body. Is
Right.
that also applicable here?
That's what you have, yes. That's why it says any commissioner may object to a measure placed on the consent agenda, and if objection is raised, the measure so objected to shall be placed at the end of the consent agenda for separate consideration. I knew if I used the word bump, there would be one person here that understood that. So, but yes, that's exactly the same process that you're describing. Remember, consent agendas are often used for non-controversial items which do not require discussion. A consent agenda can only consist of similarly situated agenda items. For instance, it is appropriate to have a final reading consent agenda or a resolutions consent agenda, but no consent agenda can be used to pass items on first reading along with items passed on final reading in the same consent agenda. Distributing agenda materials prior to the commission meetings. This one obviously is again about you all having time to review the materials before you're asked to make a decision on them. Oftentimes, our members at the board very closely guard this because if things take too long or if they get to you the night before, it is very difficult for you to do the work that you need to do. So here we say agenda material should be sent to commissioners at least 5 business days prior to the meeting, with copies of the agenda materials will be available for other appropriate parties on the commission's website. Every effort will be made to distribute complete and accurate materials as far in advance as possible, and this section shall not apply to a special called meeting. So if you all decide, hey, we've got to meet very quickly on this, again, still better to give 5 days' notice if any way possible. Yes, Tess Stillborn.
I want to make a point here, in particular around charter school appeals. The 5 business days would cut into your 75 days that the commission would have to vote on any appeal that you receive. And so in particular, it is already a very tight turnaround. And so if you all have to do a special called meeting, I think understanding that, why we put the provision in around special called meetings and maybe it not being 5 business days, maybe it's 4 business days or 3, that's simply because of the way appeals run. They don't always coincide with your commission meetings, as well as you have a very tight 75 days to complete everything that needs to happen. In particular, if you're handling multiple appeals at the same time, that is going to be a lot of work for your staff. So I wanted to make sure you had that context in terms of time frame.
It's also something I think you all will pretty vigorously protect yourselves on. The independence of the commission absolutely depends on your ability to have the materials you need and to review it and satisfy your conscience under the law. Let's get into voting procedures if there's no further discussion on that. Every measure or resolution adopted by the commission will be taken by a roll call vote by unanimous consent or calling the ayes and nays. A roll call vote is required in the case of adopting rules and regulations of the commission. A roll call vote shall also be required for any charter school appeal decision. Multiple rules or other issues may be combined in a single roll call vote. And remember what we're talking about here. This is a policy, actually. We refer to it as the rules of order because that's how they function. It is not the same as the rules that you will adopt under your legal rulemaking authority. So let's not confuse the two. It's just in every place else in the rest of the world, these would be called the rules of order. And so here it's the commission meetings policy. Let's see. If a member objects to only one of the items being voted on, separate roll call votes shall be called. If a roll call vote is required or is called for by a commissioner, the roll call vote shall be called in alphabetical order with the chair voting last. A commissioner may call for the roll on any issue subject to the approval of the chair. That little clause in there is unlike most deliberative bodies. Usually it's the consent of the chair, but a particular number of commissioners can force the issue whether the chair agrees or not. It's up to you if you'd like to make an amendment on that or if you'd like to keep it as it is.
Nathan?
Sir.
Just having been, I would like to just strike the subject to the approval of the chair there, just that any commissioner may call the roll for a roll call vote.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
The motion is to amend the commission's meeting policy and have the last sentence of section 5B be a commissioner may call for the roll on any issue, period. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, we will proceed on the amendment. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Grissom. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine. Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Passes by unanimous consent to the membership. C, matters of unanimous consent, just like that one. The chair or any commissioner may ask for the commission to take any action by unanimous consent except those actions specifically requiring a roll call vote under law or this policy. When unanimous consent action is taken by the commission, such action shall be reflected in the minutes. So the whole reason for that is you can do a ton of stuff more quickly than if someone has to make a motion and have it seconded and go through something that you all know you're going to agree on. Any member can say, I ask unanimous consent that X, Y, Z take place. And the chair needs to say simply, without objection, pause, without objection, so ordered. And it's done, as if you had taken a vote on it. Okay? It goes a lot quicker. Reconsideration of a previous action. A quorum of the commission may agree to reconsider its previous action. In other words, 5 of the 9 members. Any further discussion on 5 before we go to 6? All right, moving on to 6. Minutes shall be kept according to TCA 844-104. The term minutes refers to the proceedings of official meetings of the commission. True and correct copies of the minutes which cross-reference the electronic recordings of the commission meetings shall be prepared under the supervision of the executive director and chair after each meeting, and copies shall be sent to all members. All committee minutes shall be filed in the commission office. The electronic recordings of the committee of the whole, or the workshops, meetings will serve as the minutes for those meetings so that nothing needs to be typed out. Keeping in mind, you can go back and watch the entire video and see what everybody said about anything anyway. The minutes, it comes after several reiterations of the rules for the State Board of Education because it simply worked better to be able to say 8 minutes, 22 seconds into the recording. All those recordings must be preserved by law anyway. So it provides a good way of doing things. Number 7, rules of order. Debates and proceeding before the commission shall be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, current edition, and that's when not in conflict with this policy or statutory requirements. Questions on that?
Nathan, just, what was the thought process behind Robert's Rules versus Mason's
Rules. I knew that question would come up. So Mason's legislative manual is excellent. Mason's legislative manual is, without a doubt, I would say the best for the governance of a large legislative body without a filibuster. Other than that, you would want to get into Jefferson's manual because that does a little better with rules with bodies that have filibusters. But Robert's Rules of Order more easily govern a body of this size. You are not going to have conference committee reports. You are not going to have all of the minutia that Mason's Rules of Order, which is a book about this thick, by the way. It's how the House and Senate govern themselves. And Robert's Rules are something that are used by public bodies closer to this size. Because if you could imagine the entirety of the body is the size of one of the smallest subcommittees in the House of Representatives. Just easier to deal with.
Thank you.
And more readily accessible. I don't think any of your colleagues would be easily laying their hands on Mason's Rules of Order.
It helps with insomnia.
It absolutely does that. Yeah. So let's go to recognition of speakers. And this is different than the state board's policy. So recognition of speakers. Regular meetings in the commission shall have up to 30 minutes dedicated to the receipt of public comment. The chair in their discretion may increase the time for public comment based on the circumstances. Members of the public who wish to comment shall register through a process designated by commission staff, and such persons shall give his or her name, address, phone number, the organization, agency, or individual he or she will be representing. To the extent time permits, the chair will recognize speakers in the order their names appear on the registration list. Each speaker may be permitted to speak for no more than 3 minutes, but the chair shall have discretion to set a time limit of less than 3 minutes based on the circumstances. No person, committee, or delegation shall be heard unless recognized by the chair. Keeping in mind that this entire section can be suspended, or any portion of it can be suspended by a majority vote of the commission. Commissioner Tucker.
I am thrilled to have this added in. I know this, at the state board meetings, I had mentioned my desire to have public comment, and it's not part of the state board rules, so I think this is great. My concern is, I have seen in other situations where a chair has used this power unilaterally to limit public comment, below the 3 minutes. And so I guess my question is, and I don't know who our chair is going to be, and I don't think anybody in this body would, I'm not accusing anyone, I'm thinking long-term policy. The ability of the full commission to suspend rules, would that protect us from a chair saying, I'm only going to give everybody 1 minute because I don't want to hear what these folks are going to be saying?
It absolutely would.
Okay, thank you.
So, it's simply a matter of, thinking about that at the right time and making your case. You'd say, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I move to suspend the commission meetings policy as it relates to limitation of time, or to make a temporary alteration of it, which is, that's an inherent power as well.
So Nathan, can I ask you, because I've been involved in organizations both from the business side and from a public service side that have this. So at the beginning or the end of the meeting, was that when this should occur? Is the question, because I've watched our city council in Chattanooga wrestle with this quite often. They put it at the very back end. And at that point, you find members who've been there for a couple hours not paying attention and leaving. Okay, so that's, where should this occur? I would hope that as they're signing in, it sounds like staff would do a sign-in, that right there it's very clear, as I've read ahead here, of here's the procedure that we will follow. And so the speakers getting up know that if it's 3 minutes, it's 3 minutes, and we'll have some system in place that assists the board in knowing that it's, that the person's hit their 3 minutes. I also read in here where it's not clear. You take TVA, for example, they sit there and they have people talking to them and they never respond. And it's kind of interesting to see.
That happens at rulemaking hearings.
Yes. And so I don't see in here, are these set up to where it is like a listening session? Or are these set up where you actually would expect some kind of back and forth conversation? And if that happens, how does that count against the 3 minutes? I mean, it's a lot of detailed stuff here, but these, as I think everybody knows here, this can really be a real plus in being transparent and open. But at the same time, it also can create different issues that you hope you've thought through at the beginning. So when somebody gets up, they're aware of exactly what the process would be.
You can certainly appoint a committee to make decisions on how you'll do it, or you can make them as they go. But in terms of a member being able to suspend a particular portion, that can happen at any moment. If the commission will excuse me just 1 minute, I'll be right back.
If I could also, Mr. Griscom, so you could all tackle some of these issues in committee and bring back recommendations to the full body. You could also tackle pieces of this today, of course, by making motions to amend. I have seen processes in other bodies where you set a certain number. So if you're, if the people who have signed up for public speaking are greater than 15, then there is a de facto time limit of 2 minutes or 90 seconds versus 3 minutes. I think that there are a lot of options and there are a lot of examples to look at in the current fields across boards. It's going to be up to the will of this body and how you'd like to proceed.
So do you all have information on how other boards and commissions within state government handle this issue? That is something I'm sure a committee could ask for, because I'd like to see that understanding from Wendy that the state board does not have this, but it'd be interesting to see how this is handled, so that at least we've got something to build from. So the committee could do that.
Let me offer some clarity on that, if I could. The State Board of Education does have a process whereby the members of the public can address the board. It just requires a particular amount of advance notice. I will tell you that this commission will come up for sunset review, and when that time comes, it's been made very clear by members of the House and Senate Government Operations Committee, all of which will have a say over the rules that you pass, as well as that's that's a joint committee which you will have to file your policies with by the 30th of June every year. And they are very concerned that there needs to be public comment for all boards and commissions of the state. So the thing I would say on this is find the tempo, that you like. Obviously, you're going to want to have public comment on a lot of these decisions because they're hugely important to citizens all over this state and certainly of the district where these schools lie. In terms of the best way to manage it, remember, this provides you flexibility without being overly prescriptive. If you find a situation where you want to give everyone 10 minutes or you want to spend more time on it because the majority of the members think that that's the wise thing to do, then take that action. Remember, this is a lot less about limiting your prerogatives and a lot more about providing a structure to protect you, okay? So I don't know if that helps at all or if that just muddied it up, but it's a different way of thinking about it. Commissioner Pierce.
Well, at the beginning of the line, it says up to 30 minutes will be allowed. So I guess we're saying we could already make a change to that.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's 10 speakers.
Absolutely.
At 3 minutes, so.
Yeah, you can certainly do that. If you want to make it as generous as you want to, you can make it tighter, but like I said, you'll expect some scrutiny on that. Commissioner Tucker.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't make it any tighter personally. I would probably either make it larger or leave it open and then have some sort of discretion. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I am strongly in favor of public comment. Let me say that first. The charter appeals that will come through us will also have hearings in the district where there will be public comment that we'll be invited to watch, and we'll also get the video of and any written comment. So there will be some public comment coming that way, just so we don't, again, I don't want to restrict, but just so we don't think that that's all the public comment we're getting.
Absolutely, and that's an important thing. So when you were talking about the TVA and they were following the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act, the rules that you pass, I would imagine most of which will be rulemaking hearing rules. And that means you're going to consider them once, means they're going to go to a public hearing. And at that point in time, an officer of the commission or a designee of the commission will sit and receive the public comment. The commission itself, its staff, will respond to those folks, but not necessarily right then. Okay, so when you see the TVA board sitting there and nobody says anything and they come and they talk, and that may be what you're seeing. That's in addition to we're in a meeting right now and someone wants to come and address the meeting. Does that help offer any clarity? Commissioner Smith?
So one of the things, just on what Commissioner Griscom brought up, I think we probably need to add just a little bit of clarity in here that this shall apply only to the public comments, not if we're on an agenda item and we have a speaker. That back and forth can go longer than the 3 minutes, which could confuse with the time limits for public comment. So I think if we just clarify that this is only concerning public comment period, not agenda items, that might help clarify that.
Commissioner Cisnet?
Yeah, I think we can spend a lot of time on this. I agree that there's a nice balance, or I'll say there's a nice balance of flexibility and structure. I think right now it does specifically apply to public comments. I like the idea that depending on the season, what we're experiencing, we may be able to extend that time, reduce that time. As long as I'm all for having public voice, and as long as that's in here, I think we as a board have the flexibility to determine how we handle that moving forward. But I'm concerned that we can spend a lot of time on this one particular issue that we can step aside and provide the amount of flexibility we need if we see that time coming. I just wanted to voice that.
Sure. So, are there amendments? Are there amendments? No amendments. Moving on, subject of remarks. All speakers before the commission shall confine their remarks to the subject indicated in the recognition by the chair. Procedure for asking questions. Public speakers shall not directly question individual commissioners or the chair without the express permission of the chair, nor shall individual members of the staff address questions directly to the speaker without permission of the chair. Representatives of groups, only one spokesperson for any group appearing before the commission shall address the commission. Other members may do so with the express permission of the chair or by previous arrangement. Any amendments? Demonstrations. Disruptive behavior, placards, and banners shall not be permitted in the meeting room of the commission. Building security will be asked to remove persons in violation of that section. Any person violating the rules of order or this policy, which is one and the same, shall be denied the floor. Okay, we get into reading requirements. Unless decided otherwise by the chair, the following items shall require only one reading. Thank you so much. Charter school appeals, charter agreements and amendments, LEA policies. With permission of the chair, new commission policies or policy changes, additions, and deletions may be considered on only one reading in order to accommodate special circumstances. Are there amendments? Two readings. Unless decided otherwise by the chair, the following items will require two readings. New commission policies, changes, additions, and deletions, the current commission policies, new commission rules and regulations and changes. Additions and deletions, the current commission rules and regulations, new commission performance frameworks, and changes, additions, deletions to the current commission performance framework. Consent. Unless decided otherwise by the chair, the following items shall be placed on consent agenda. That's adoption of the agenda, approval of the minutes, prior meetings, deletion of items from the regular agenda, technical corrections, commission policies, or guidance that are strictly grammatical in nature or required by law. Other items that are determined to be appropriate for the consent agenda by the executive director with the approval of the chair. Commission workshops or the committee of the whole. So one of the things we faced on the board is that we would meet in workshop the day before, but all of our meetings policy completely governed our regular meetings, and none of it for a long time was applicable to our workshops. So when you have no rules that are actually applicable to your workshop, the body doesn't have the authority to regulate its business appropriately. So a couple of years back, we started referring to our workshops as the committee of the whole, which is it's a parlance in legislative bodies that allows the body to meet as a complete body, but in a less formal setting, right? So workshops of the commission are gatherings of the commission for informational purposes. While the dispositions of commission meeting items are not formally decided by the commission, workshops provide valuable time for the consideration of the implications of policies and rules with the commission meeting as a committee of the whole. The chair of the commission or the vice chair acting in the chair's absence shall chair the committee of the whole. Understand that? Everybody cool? All right. Policy applicability. Other portions of this policy apply generally to commission meetings when acting as a committee of the whole, except that no formalized minutes other than the electronic recording shall be made, no formal action of the commission is taken, and voting when the committee of the whole shall be limited to matters of procedure and privileged motions. So that, we think, will provide you a strong framework for your operations and the protection of the prerogatives of individual as well as the body. Commissioner Tucker.
I have a proposed amendment on page 4. It took me a minute to think through this. So in the 7A, recognition of speakers, I would like to amend that first line to read, regular meetings of the commissioner shall provide up to, and then the 30 minutes. That way, if we don't have people who want to comment, we're providing it, but we don't have to meet it. But, I'm sorry, at least, shall provide at least, at least 30 minutes. So make it a floor instead of a ceiling is what I'm looking for.
Second. So the motion made by Commissioner Tucker and seconded by Commissioner Smith. And who's ever elected chair, please say that after somebody makes a motion, because when you're listening to the recording later on, it's sometimes going to be tough to figure out who said what. And if the commission chair says the motion was made by X and seconded by Y, it's a whole lot easier to do the minutes later. Okay. So amendment proposed by Commissioner Tucker and seconded by Commissioner Smith would have the first line reading, regular meetings of the commission shall have a period of no fewer than 30 minutes?
Shall provide at
shall
least.
provide at least 30 minutes dedicated to the receipt of public comments. Is there objection to the amendment? With no member objecting, the amendment is agreed to. So at this point in time would be discussion on the policy as a whole. And the chair would entertain a motion. Commissioner Smith.
One quick question. As we've gone through this, I just want to make sure, there's nothing in here that states that we have to have all of our meetings in Nashville. We can choose as a commission if we want to have them in West Tennessee, East Tennessee, to spread out, to allow the public greater participation in these meetings.
Yes, that's true, and I don't think there's any statutory requirement. So we had that with the board, and we had to fix it in general law in 2015 in order to let us leave Nashville for meetings. So that's a great point to make.
Then pending any other questions by the members, I move adoption.
The motion is for adoption. The second is by Commissioner Smith. The second is made by Commissioner Patterson. Is there objection to the question? Seeing no objection to the question, please call the roll.
Commissioner Grissom. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine. Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
By unanimous consent of the commission, your policies are adopted. With that, we will proceed to the election of a chair and vice chair, and after that point in time, your organization will be perfected. At this point in time, the chair would recognize any member wishing to make a nomination for the office of chair. Commissioner Levine.
Well, thank you. First of all, as I make this motion, please understand that I don't think there's a single person in here I wouldn't be comfortable having as our leader. I think that the governor chose and the legislature approved some incredibly competent people for this. But as I was looking at the different members and trying to figure out, who would be best to lead us in this inaugural journey, I felt like it needed to be somebody who had a real expertise in communications in a political environment to be able to navigate through what is obvious going to be a very challenging establishment of our precedents, but in terms of our relationship with the legislature and in the governor's office and with the people in the communities that we serve throughout the state. So I'm going to nominate Tom Griscom to be our chair, and the reason for that is, first of all, he attended public schools in Hamilton County. He got his bachelor's degree from UT Chattanooga, served in the military in the United States Army, served as a publisher of a major newspaper, 40 plus years in communications, including a stint in the White House serving President Reagan as a director of communications, senior advisor to Senator Baker, someone we all respect. And just completed several years on the Board of Regents. I think his experience is phenomenal, and so I would make the motion or nominate for our chair, Tom Griscom.
Commissioner Levine nominates Commissioner Griscom to serve as chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Smith. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations?
Well, I'd like to,
Commissioner Cisnet is recognized.
I don't have a formal nomination, but I do want to just voice that given the high concentration of charter schools that are on the western side of Tennessee, whether for chair or vice chair, I do want the board to consider having some representation there. And I'll say, just in full disclosure, I'm not pointing at myself, but wanting to make sure that we at least consider that for the position of chair or vice chair.
Are there any other nominations? So the appropriate way to elect a chair and a vice chair is actually by calling the roll. And if you'd agree, you say Commissioner Griscom. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Griscom.
Commissioner Griscom.
I hope you'll vote yes. I feel kind of silly.
Aye.
Commissioner Griscom votes Griscom.
Yeah, you want me to keep it? Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Levine,
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Pierce,
Aye.
Commissioner Richards,
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
All commission members have voted for Commissioner Griscom. Commissioner Griscom, do you agree to serve as chair?
Yes, since I voted aye for myself, I guess I still have to do it. I can't back away now. But let me thank you all. We're just getting to know each other. I look forward to working with each and every one of you, to learning a lot more about what has been going on in Memphis, Shelby County, and Davidson County. And I do have 4 in my home county, and there's 1 in Knoxville. But all in my home county are getting ready to, I think by now, have put in some recommendation to expand. So there's a lot to learn, I hope, and let me thank you, Alan, for your confidence, and Eddie for your second. But I think the experience on the TBR, as I mentioned when we were all at our confirmation hearing and watching what changes happened there, I hope brings some additional experience that I've got in looking at education in Tennessee and looking at opportunities in Tennessee, and for all of us together to figure out how we're going to make sure what we talked about in those hearings, that every child in the state has an opportunity for a quality education in a public school. And that's what I commit to do, and thank you for your vote of confidence.
Very good. The next order of business is the election of a vice chair. Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you. This will not be the first time that I disagree with a fellow commissioner, so I am happy to be in a group of people who are independent, free-thinking. I would like to nominate Mary Pierce as vice chair, and I want to say why. I appreciate that there are a lot of charter schools in Memphis, and the commission will take over the authorizing of 1 charter school in Memphis, currently Green Dot. We have 3 future commission charter schools in Nashville. So I think it's important to recognize that the majority of current schools that'll be under our authorization are in Nashville. That's not the only reason. I love Memphis. The other reason is that Mary has served on her local board. She served a 4-year term. She was a fearless proponent for what was best for kids, even when the politics were ugly. And anyone who watched that saw what she stood up against, and I'd be proud for her to be our vice chair for that reason. And also, she has had her children in charter schools, traditional public schools, private schools, was the budget finance chair in Nashville Public Schools maybe twice. And the other thing I will say is that our legislature is here. I assume our staff will be here. The state board staff is here. And so the Memphis-Nashville thing can sometimes get real, and I don't want it to be like that, but I do feel like Mary would be an excellent vice chair, so that's my motion.
Second.
Seconded by, okay, sorry, I can't see his name. Oh, yeah, Commissioner Hanson. Yeah, we've served together, yeah. Yeah, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. Are there any other nominations? Commissioner Levine.
Let me say this. I agree with everything you just said, and I think you're right. I think there's going to be a lot of times where we disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. And I think that everything you said is 100% true, and I think Mary would be a phenomenal leader, even as a chair of the commission. I do think that the statement about some leadership from Shelby County is probably valid. I think there's just a lot of reasons why we need to have some diversity in the geography. That's why the legislature created it the way it did, with various parts of the state being represented. So I'm actually empathetic to that point. I'm going to nominate Chris Richards, and I hate that we have to actually have like an election, but
I don't hate it at all.
Well, I think my nomination of Chris really comes from my observation of her serving on the board of SCORE. She's a tireless advocate for education transformation based on results for kids, just as Mary. I mean, they're 2 great people, her role with FedEx as general counsel. She really played a really important role in the success of that company, which is very important to Tennessee, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and nominate Chris, and let's see where this goes.
Second.
Commissioner Levine nominates Commissioner Richards, seconded by Commissioner Cisnet. Are there any other nominations? So, are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? There we go. You have to ask that 3 times, by the way. So,
You asked 4 times the last time, by the way.
I know, I'm sorry.
was
It's
something
just,
you had
I'm
about
down
the
on
roll.
my game. What can I say? So, that having been said, when we call the roll, members will respond with the last name of the commissioner whom they would like to serve as vice chairman. Please call the roll.
Chair Griscom,
Richards.
Commissioner Hanson,
Pierce.
Commissioner Levine,
Richards?
Commissioner Patterson,
Richards.
Commissioner Pierce,
Pierce.
Commissioner Richards,
Richards.
Commissioner Cisnet,
Richards.
Commissioner Smith,
Richards.
Commissioner Tucker.
Pierce.
Uh, 5 Richards, or 6 Richards.
6 members having voted for Commissioner Richards, I declare that she is elected vice chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Who's the chair?
I'm officially out of the business as of this very second in time, and I'm headed to the legislature. Thank you so much for this honor.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes.
And I hope this is not out of order, but I think Mary is an incredible leader, and I hope as you're developing the committee assignments, you'll put her in a key role, or consider putting her in a key role, because my support of Chris had nothing to do with what I thought about Mary's talent. I think that we've got some great people that we need to rely on in leadership.
Well, I would agree with you, because everybody's going to have a great opportunity to participate. I will promise you that. And I thank you for your comments, and I agree with what you said. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'd like to echo that. You know, as we think about the committees, one of the ones that we're fixing to undertake is going to be the most important thing that we do, which is hiring an executive director. And with that being primarily all of our agency headquarters being based in Nashville, I would hope you would consider Mary for chairing that hiring committee being here in Nashville. That way, all 3 grand divisions of the state have an equal stake in the major decisions that are going to be taking place. So just as you're making those thoughts, that I wanted to voice that on the outset.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment.
Mr. Chair, the commission is ahead of schedule. Staff recommends a small break while we transition, and we prepare you for the rest of the agenda
There's a
today.
break about, what, 10 minutes?
15 you have.
15 is great. You got it. All right, thank you. All right. Let me make one announcement. So as you fill out your conflict of interest, if you do it today, we're going to give it to Amity, so you've got it. We'll also have time tomorrow because we've got a legal presentation. But if you get them filled out today, we will give them to Amity. So,
That's right.
okay. Let me start by asking if I could have a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded.
No, you won't need to do a roll call for the agenda.
Can I have ayes and nays? Yeah, all those in approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay. Without objection and pursuant to our commission meeting policy, I will resolve the commission into a committee of the whole. Is there any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Throughout the day, we will talk about committees. I will be asking for volunteers to serve on the committees that we will be setting up. We'll learn more about them as we go through the day, so just keep that in mind. And before we finish our 2-day retreat, we will actually make committee assignments before we finish. So, if we're ready to proceed, let's go to our first presentation. As each speaker presents, let me ask you to identify your name, title, and the HC for the record. And so, Amity, you're first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amity Schuyler, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Education. In your notebooks, you're going to be in Section 5. Because we are in the heat of General Assembly, we have staff moving in and out of the Capitol all week long, and so we've had to change the agenda to accommodate the demands of staff. I will be leaving you this afternoon, and Dr. Eve Carney will be taking my place, and then I will not be with you in the morning, but Angie Sanders will be here, and then I'll join you tomorrow afternoon. Nathan just went to a committee hearing himself, so you all get the picture. It's a busy kind of year. So we're going to talk a little bit about, as you all have referenced, and certainly staff agrees, as the most important, one of the most important decisions that you'll make as a new commission, and that is the hiring of your executive director. I'm going to go through just a very short slide presentation, and then we can have some conversation about timelines and preferences. These are only suggestions. Like Nathan indicated earlier, this is your hire, this is your process, these are your decisions. Anything that staff is bringing to you in this capacity is certainly just to make you aware of timelines as potential steps, and then the conversation will turn over to you. From there, we can certainly go through the job descriptions, amend as necessary, and then I believe the chairman will call you back into your formal order where you'll have some votes directing staff on several decisions that we're going to be highlighting here in this presentation. So without further ado, I thought I had mastered this clicker. It is on. Thank you, though. Is it supposed to have a light? Oh, thank you, Angie. So the job descriptions that are in your binder today were informed by similar job descriptions in other states, particularly Nevada, Georgia, and Illinois. Those are all commissions that have a little bit of flavor, but have recently hired executive directors. And then, of course, the department staff and the school board, the State Board of Education's General Counsel provided support for the attorney job descriptions. Our goal today is approve both job descriptions with amendments at the discretion of the commission, and then provide some staff direction to preferences for hiring timelines and contract support. Thank you, Steve. A few presumptions that we're working under today, and again, these are only presumptions, and certainly the commission can ask questions and we can further define these presumptions. Your executive director is the most important hire. Many of you expressed that to me as I was meeting with you one-on-one before your appointments. The executive director will recommend final staffing structure. So we all feel pretty strongly as staff that while we could recommend staffing structures for you and to begin to hire other staff positions, we feel very strongly that this should be the purview of the executive director. Your executive director will also recommend your final budget. Drew Harpool will be making up with you a webinar about your fiscal note, but the short version is there are 10 staffing positions to hire overall, and we also have to take into consideration that there may be some staff at the state board currently assigned to charter work that may need to transition over or will want to transition over, and I'll let Tess and Angie speak to that later if you have any questions. And then, of course, your executive director will direct the content and direction of meetings once hired and direct the office stand-up location. Not only are you preparing for appeals, preparing to take on an LEA, but you must also set up a storefront complete with everything that you could imagine your new offices would need. Telephones, copy machine leases, computers, printers, software licenses, phone numbers, websites. We could go through that list, and it would probably take this entire meeting. So it is quite a bit of work to be done. Some of that may be taken on in committee just to prepare your executive director for a stronger start. But the reality is that your executive director will land many of these planes during the course of their duties. Next slide, please. Yes, sir.
Forgive me. Can you go back to that last slide? The last one talks about the general counsel. At least
Sorry,
in my business as a not-for-profit corporation, you know, I kind of select the general counsel, but the general counsel also is the general counsel for my board.
Yes.
So I'd like to suggest when the executive director does that, position, I have no problem with the executive director going through the process of selecting a candidate, but I'd prefer that position be approved by the commission.
You would approve that position in the hiring
Okay.
structures anyway, so, correct,
Okay.
Angie, am I right? The executive director would bring those forward for approval?
That is not currently how the State Board of Education does it.
Gotcha.
The way that, and I can take a look really quick and dig into y'all's statute. The State Board statute's very clear that all of the hiring is at the discretion of the executive director and that the board hires the executive director only.
Got it.
However, I think that you all could have a discussion with your executive director around getting some input and some vetting on that if you wanted to. But let me take a look at this and I can come back and let you know what your
Okay.
statute specifically says in that area.
Okay.
Another option is you could provide direction to your executive. You could begin vetting the resumes as well, in harmony with your director as well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't advocate us getting in the middle of it, but I do think if we hire the right executive director, we ought to trust their capacity to find the right candidate. But
Good point.
I just, personally, from a structural standpoint, I think it needs to be clear, unless the law says otherwise, that the general counsel is our counsel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Real quick, Amity.
Yes, Angie.
I will say that is correct. So in my capacity as the general counsel for the State Board of Education, I not only represent the staff, but I represent the board members. So they would be counsel to the board as well as the
Okay.
staff.
Great questions. So we're working under a few presumptions moving forward. The department and state board staff will continue to assist you in staffing committees formed at the discretion of the chair, as mentioned by the chairman. Work with the chairman and consultants to continue to advance your work to the extent that the staff is able to do that. Advertise your job descriptions so that they are public. We'll talk about what those processes could look like today. Draft and publish RFAs or create purchase orders for consultants and other supports. We cannot do that without the direction of the commission, however, so we'll be asking for some direction today. And then onboard and support the executive director as necessary. The commissioner has made very clear that the executive director is to have the full disposal of the department to ensure that they are set up successfully and able to start the job sprinting as opposed to crawling with this new body. So whatever it takes is the message to you today from the commissioner. And next slide. So we have a couple of timelines for you to consider. Again, these are only suggestions, but the timelines do help you understand the nuances of hiring at the state level and the background checks and the timing of background checks and how long they could take. This is a midline case scenario, not worst case scenario, not best case scenario in terms of hiring, background screens, and receiving approval to begin work. So timeline A suggests that you post the job description with professional organizations. So those would be organizations that staff would identify where you might hone in on personnel that are doing charter work already or commission work already. So NACSA and other professional organizations, Broadbrush, LinkedIn. Another option is to utilize a purchase order under $13,000 to tag a lead professional to advertise those for you and to also start working networks to begin to solicit resumes, help to vet them and score them, and then pass them to a hiring committee to begin vetting them at a more granular detail. The committee or a contractor would screen those candidates to identify an interview pool, which would be pretty much your first couple of weeks of April. If not longer, and then you could have candidate interviews as quickly as the third week of April. Again, this is very aggressive. I would encourage you to go a plus or minus 10 days in either direction, depending on any number of scenarios. And then the committee could bring recommendations to the full board of selection of executive director. We could have a special meeting now that you have policies that allow you to do that. And then a formal offer and background screening in May, and then an executive director hopefully in place by your June 2020 meeting. This is a little faster timeline because, again, we are being very tactical and concise with where and how we advertise the position, not utilizing a full search firm to run their typically 6-week runway of doing a full-blown search. So I'm going to pause right there for questions, discussions, and comment.
So let me ask you, so there's a lot of what I'll say background work here. Is there support staff in place that can pull together the job description, things like that, that we can look at as a commission and review it? So is there support staff already at the department that would do that type of work?
So your job descriptions for your executive director and your general counsel are drafted for today's discussion and approval, with or without amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that, but when you then are getting ready to go out and, and sort of advertise for the job, from past work I've done, you either, you have an entity set up that does that. Now, clearly a search firm can do it, or if it's done in-house, then, you've got a staff person that knows how to do all that. So it's more of a mechanical type question.
So the commissioner's committed to the full resources of the department to ensure the commission's success. That's a great question for this timeline because it would involve staff, probably in partnership with recommendation from state board staff, to identify the networks where we would be posting this particular job description, and also possibly hiring a lead contractor at a very small amount to help us identify, and then of course work other professional networks to begin to collect and solicit resumes.
Ms. Tucker?
I don't want to jump ahead, but I'm just going to throw out my opinion that I know the next timeline, the next slide, I've reviewed these, is a search firm. I don't think there's anything more important we're going to do as a commission than hire this executive director. And assuming, so my question is, the timeline is different with the
Very
search firm,
different,
and
right.
do you have any concerns about that later hire? And and do you think those concerns outweigh the importance of a broad net and a
Yeah.
full search firm?
So yes and yes, right? So yes, we all agree that this is the most important hire, but and Angie and Tess, feel free to weigh in as well. You must start hearing appeals, ideally, in January of 2021. With this next timeline, could we go to the next slide? With this next timeline, you don't have an executive director in place on the best case scenario of August. Really, if you're doing plus or minus 10 days, you could possibly be in the middle of September. That executive director would then have to hire general counsel, which would also take an additional 4 weeks on a good day. And so now you are in the middle of October, still not staffed, and you have to begin hearing appeals in January of 2021.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a couple questions, please?
Yes.
First of all, is there any requirement under the state processes that we give some sort of preference or special consideration to existing state employees?
No.
Okay. Is there, I know that in the past, I've seen in some educational hiring what I would call a behind-the-scenes message. If you are a school board and you are looking for a superintendent and you have people who you want to consider, you don't use a search firm, and you're very careful about this process of where you do the advertising. And if you want a more open and fulsome process, you get a search firm, or you are very open and broad in the advertising. I don't think any of us want to send an inappropriate message, but I'm trying to find the lay of the land here because I'm not at all familiar with how these positions have been filled.
It's my understanding, and certainly Alex can join us if he'd like to, that this is a wide open process and search.
Mr. Chairman, looking at both these timelines, is it possible that we could that we can have some conversations with General Services to look at available space, to start looking at that, and then also contracting with STS and BSD to start looking at all of the software and stand-up systems within the information systems, to go ahead and start that process, so that we're not waiting all of that to happen once we hire the executive director. All of that can be being done while we're going through the process. We have that process also moving forward.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, one of the recommendations coming as we go through your agendas these next 2 days is the formation of a hiring and business and operations committee, which will not only take on the hiring piece, but also the business operations of helping to identify the space, working with staff to move that work forward in anticipation for an executive director, so that, again, they're set up as much as necessary when they take the helm. Great point.
MD, I'm looking at this, well, I looked at it ahead of time. I was involved in probably 7 or 8 searches for TBR for presidents. And this is a very elongated process.
Yes.
I mean, I think we got good presidents, but we did it in a much shorter period of time that's here. And so I'm not sure who built the timeline out. It may be just how things have played out, but that was the first question I had when I looked at B, is just the amount of time, because we could, we could get through it at TBR, in a relatively shorter period of time that's here. It may be because you have to do some contract. TBR had a firm that they could use and went to that knew us and could do all this, but it just appeared to be a very extended period of time when you looked at some of the blocks in here.
Yeah, this is reflective of timelines within state government. We cannot just hire a search firm. We have to do an RFQ or an RFA. Even if we left that open for just 3 days, we still have to score it, allow timing for the contract to move through. Contracts in state government move through several organizations not within control of the Department of Ed. So it involves 3 separate sign-offs by 3 different organizations. This is a pretty aggressive timeline, and when I say plus or minus 10 days, frequently it can be 10 days. We can save some time in the search firms advertising and vetting. Most search firms do like a 6-week runway, but we could insist that it be done on a much shorter runway. So you could probably save 3 weeks there. But so that might get you to July for your executive director hire, and definitely in place for the August meeting. So in this timeline, we could save some time certainly in how long we allow the search firm to vet.
I can make one other comment. In light of our earlier conversation, when we talk about sunset review, I think we really need to think about this as the most important hire, which is it, and how a joint committee of the legislature would look at how we approach this decision. Not trying to influence everybody, but that to me, and having been through sunset reviews, making sure that we could explain why we maybe went for timeline A and not for a modified timeline B. Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just building off of that point, and as well as Vice Chair Richards and Commissioner Smith's point, I like timeline B. While it takes longer, things to consider in terms of setting up office, setting up shop would be revisiting the general counsel position and at least having a short list of candidates that we could at least recommend. That doesn't mean that the executive director doesn't have the power to bring additional candidates to the table, but at least they're starting sprinting and not looking for where the restroom is when they get to the track.
Absolutely.
Mr. Smith.
And I'll agree with Commissioner Cisnet on that. Timeline B, for me, just thinking through the optics of it, we want to make sure that we don't rush it. At the same time, we also have partners in Sarah Morrison, the executive director of the state school board, who has been through this, that can help us in working through a lot of the policies we're going to have to look at, that we can have maybe not voted on as confirmed, but in place for the executive director to review quickly to make votes so that we can move and be ready in January to start hearing those appeals. I just want to make sure that we don't rush out there just to hire somebody for the sake of hiring, that we get the right person once we know the full landscape of the General Assembly being adjourned in April and knowing all legislation that's passed, anything that's come up or that has changed, that we need to have full awareness of as we're looking at the job description as well.
And to your point, Commissioner Smith, you make just to add on to that, so long as that the committees that you form are very hands-on, you can move a lot of this work in committee and bring it forward to vote absent of your executive director, so that the work is continuing to move concurrently while you're beginning the hiring process, including rulemaking, adoption of rules, that type of thing.
And I think we all agreed to that when we went through the confirmation
right.
hearing, that in this first year, it's going to be a lot more hands-on as we're just setting up shop. And I think we all understand that. So I'm willing to take that on just to make sure it's done right, then done quickly.
I actually really like what our colleague said about moving parallel on the general counsel track. I think when we deploy, if timeline B is where we go, I think as we do this, we go ahead and start the process for both positions. Once you hire the executive director, you've already got a ready-made slate of candidates. It makes perfect sense. Then that person can take it and run with it and not start the process over again. This is more of a process question, though. How does this actually work? I mean, so talking about like a office space and all the stuff that you got to do to get it started, are you guys going to be helping to do all that legwork, or is our chair, do we just make a motion to empower him to go do it? I mean, what? Like literally, how does this work?
Staff recommends, staff would recommend that you provide direction today by formal vote to direct staff to begin these processes and to execute any necessary contracts. Of course, being vetted in committee to set your storefronts up.
Okay, that
Yep.
helps. Thank you.
Yep. Unless you just really want to do it yourself.
Angie?
I just wanted to make one quick point to follow up on Commissioner Levine's question about the general counsel hiring. So in 4913-105, which is the statute that sets up the duties and the purview of the commission, the language is the director of schools has the sole, which is, it's called the director of schools in the statute, but you all are calling it the executive director, has the sole authority to appoint, terminate, and control personnel as provided in this section. So they have the ultimate call in terms of hiring and firing. However, I think it would be completely acceptable for you all to begin the process of accepting applications and have potentially a list of pre-vetted applications that you think they should consider.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Then based on that, what I would recommend to my colleagues is that when we're thinking through the job description, when we put it together, is that we put very limited things that the executive director shall not hire the general counsel without consulting the commission first. Still their decision, but at least kicks it back that they know they have to talk to us first.
And let me make what with the timeline we're talking about, members of this commission are going to be involved in that sorting process of the general counsel anyway. And I'll just share again, I'm not going to always go back to TBR, but here at TBR, it was board members that were involved directly with a couple of the staff people at TBR that actually vetted candidates for the general counsel's role. So there is, in my mind, there's a precedent for doing it the way we're talking about, but it still allows that executive director to make a choice. But we're involved in that process of sorting it out.
Yep.
And Mr. I would just say, listen, a good executive director will welcome the input of the board. So I'm not worried about that. I just, you really answered the real question I had, which is to make sure that the general counsel is our lawyer and not just the staff's lawyer. So that was really what I was after.
Could we have whatever comments someone could provide about the options as far as search firms? I know when you're hiring a football coach for a SEC school, you go to certain search firms, and when you hire a football coach for my little Bucknell University in Pennsylvania, we went to other search firms.
Yeah.
But I think that ultimately how successful we are in finding the candidates, it may be very important to have a good understanding of how does this world of search firms work, and how does that decision get made?
Sure. So the decision would be based on the responses to the RFQ or the RFA. And then from there, those would come to the hiring committee for scoring and selection. So you would be able to do that work in committee. I mean, traditionally in the charter space or the school space, you've got a few search firms that are key players. They're very frequent quarterbacks in these processes, but I would be hesitant to call out any one search firm since we haven't started this process yet, but it would be dependent on who responds. Yep. So what I'm hearing what I'm hearing is that the commission prefers the second timeline with all due haste as necessary.
Yeah, that's the sense I've got, and it'd be great if we could go back and say, if we really could squeeze these times.
Sure, certainly in the runway that we give the search committee, we can squeeze
That,
it.
And probably when you look at the, advertising embedded candidates is, a month and a half. I mean, I think there's places in there able to sort of just shrink it down, so we
Absolutely.
might not get to June, but we probably would be in a better position. than
Absolutely. And I will say that Dr. Carney, who you'll meet later, has just recently completed an RFA for a search firm for another a lead position. And so we have a template that we can get off the ground and posted very quickly. So that will not take 4 weeks at this time either. Yep.
Do we need to take a vote on this?
You can do it now, or you can wait till we're completely finished with all of the discussions and then come back and do a running vote and improving a
Yeah, if
timeline,
it-
providing
Commissioner,
staff
okay with you,
direction.
Once we go through all this, because we're also going to, have action on general counsel, that we will just stack these up at the end of Amity's presentation.
Yeah, I just didn't know,
Okay,
I just
thank
didn't know if
That's
it was a.
fair. No, that's fair. But yes, you will provide staff direction by vote. Okay. So other contracting, next slide, Mr. Canavera, thank you. So just, these are staff recommendations, and as we go through these conversations, you may identify some other needs, but we cannot contract without direction of the commission. We believe that you're going to need contract support for your LEA transition and technical assistance, so very different than your appeals process. Somebody who has district experience that will help you navigate you through the adoption of policies and procedures as you begin to open schools. Contract support for the performance management framework review. That's always a moving target in the charter space. You always want to have the best performance management framework possible. And so just providing some consultant support around reviewing the current state. I will say that the state board, and particularly TESS, probably has one of the best I've ever seen already. So you'll just be perfecting a phenomenal body of work. Then, of course, contract with NACSA for your commission training and best practices. And then contracts for leases for office space with input, of course, of the Business Operations Committee as necessary to start setting up that storefront in advance of your executive director hire. So those would be the things that we would be asking for a vote today, formal vote and direction from this body.
May I ask you on this list? So we're looking for leases for office space. So as a commission, would that report come back to us then? Okay, I just want to make sure. So all of that would be a report back to us, maybe some options we look at, and then a decision by the commission of choosing the locations that.
Unless your executive director is hired. So the committee chair would bring back the recommendations and ask for, formal decision absent an executive director. But if for some reason your executive director is inserted during that process, the committee could just work with the executive director to execute.
And so this is, so who would actually be out looking at potential leases for the commission?
We're going to go back to the office and play rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, thank you. I watched it last night in the Blue Man Group. The Blue Man Group did rock, paper, scissors last night.
So again, you have the full discretion of the Department of Education available to you. We
Okay.
have a phenomenal operations team.
Good.
So I'm going to be asking, actually, I'm going to delegate staff to assist with that from the operations team.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions about those recommendations? Is there any other space that's not covered here where the commission feels like a contractor would be helpful support leading up to your staffing hires and your January dates?
So I've got one more, I hope. So when you look at the first bullet about LEA transition, does that also help someone like me understand the schools that are out there right now that we're going to be looking at that may transfer to us?
That will transfer to
Right.
you, yes.
Is that
Yes.
what that bullet covers that for us?
It would help with the nuances of running an LEA, but
Yep.
certainly Tess Stovall has a powerful experience and voice around this space as well, and she'll
Right.
be supporting you also.
Can I just clarify, are you talking about the current state board schools, or are you talking about ASD schools that might come under us?
Talking about both.
Okay, yeah,
That's
because I think
fair.
there's two
Yeah,
different answers
so-
to that.
So there are two different answers. So the second answer to the ASD space is Dr. Carney will be here today because I know that after your webinar you had questions and I know that she'll be able to answer a lot of those. So she'll give you an idea of what may be coming towards the commission if schools were to come to you on appeal. Yep. It would, but inevitably, by the time you inherit an LEA and within months after, it's possible that LEA grows significantly. Yep. Okay. Any other questions? Steve, do you have any insight or input on this conversation based on your experience as a commissioner and charter commission?
Steve Canberra, the question related to the contracts?
Just any other support that the commission might want to consider as we go through this process?
I think you may want to be a little more nimble in specifically naming the line items for the contracts, but having the commission maybe consider
Large
language
brush.
that allows for some discretion for staff to, as identified needs come up. This way, I don't have to keep coming back.
Good point.
But other than that, the timelines and the setup is nice.
That's great.
Can I ask one other question? Before our, whatever they're called, executive director or director of schools or whatever the title is, before they're in place, if I'm looking at that timeline, there will be, in my opinion, the need for continued relationship building and interaction with the General Assembly. Is that something that the state board with Nathan, or is that something through the department? I just don't think I think we want to, they made clear they want to know what's happening. And so,
That's a great question. I think we'd have to have discussions with the state board staff to see how they feel about that, or if they have an opinion right now whether or not we should go ahead and contract with some contract staff for that purpose.
I mean, I think that would really be up to you all. I also think in your capacity as commissioners, you all do have the individual ability to go and advocate and express your individual opinion. You can't speak for the commission itself, but you can certainly engage on that level with legislators. If there is a desire to have some sort of short-term communications contract, I think you all could consider that under potentially some language that Mr. Canavero suggested around other needs as identified by staff or the board.
And I would just add, I think, recognizing that both Angie and I and Nathan and Amity have other responsibilities, I think there's always some power in having someone who's contractually in a relationship with you and responding directly
Yes.
to the commission.
I think that's an excellent point.
yeah, and I may be the only, I don't think I'm the only person who got this sense. I got the strong sense during confirmation that the Senate and House committees want to know what's happening when it's happening. And I think if we have the funding to do it, I think it's smart to be thinking about that. I think the work, I watched when Nathan came on at the state board, and I think that relationship building work benefits kids when it's done well. So I don't want to get up and running and then have this disconnect with the legislature.
And you do have the funding, so without our CFO here, I will say that the commission has $250,000 this year for stand-up that will roll over if not spent, and an additional non-recurring $250,000 for the next fiscal year. So in total, you've got about $500,000 for stand-up of all of your office spaces and supports necessary to get yourselves running.
Mr. Chairman? To that point, I have a question around, I think you mentioned that there's a $13,000 budget for,
Just for purchase orders, we have a cap for purchase orders. Anything else would have to be competitive.
so potentially we could, if we found a search firm that was much better than the ones that were within the $13,000 threshold, we could potentially approve higher.
Oh, absolutely.
Just wanted to
And
make sure.
and we would write an RFQ for, just open bid
Okay.
as well. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Okay, so ultimately what I'm hearing are recommendations for LEA contract support, performance management framework review support, Anaxis support, commission a direction to continue to contract for leases or office space as necessary, and then an additional staff contract so that you have assigned staff that can assist with communications, legislative affairs, and maybe be a Swiss Army knife support to you all as you start ramping up.
I love that analogy, yes.
Swiss Army knife. And could I just suggest 1 to 2 Swiss Army knives at this time? We can always, it would be one RFA, but if we get 2 strong candidates that would fill unique roles as you're doing your stand-up, I think that staff would like the ability to contract with both on behalf of the commission. Okay, great. All right, well, let's move to the job descriptions. The job descriptions in front of you are for your executive director, as well as a proposed job description for your general counsel. Again, with the intent on getting these positions moving and advertised, even if it is only for the general counsel to select and start to vet resumes on behalf of the executive director. I'm hoping that you've had the opportunity to go through these. There shouldn't be any language that's a surprise, although I know you might feel strongly about language that you would like added. You're going to notice that the focus is on strong leadership, organizing, stand-up, advocacy, obviously with a preference in the charter space. It just allows the commission a lot of leeway in vetting resumes and looking at the professional that you would like to hire in this role. And I'll turn it over to you all for comment and discussion.
Mr. Smith.
And as I read through it, again, I'll go back to the comments in the Senate. One of the things that I think we need to be mindful of is at least have some language in here that they have some experience in a turnaround environment. Not knowing the potential of the ASD moving over, that turnaround model is completely separate from just a traditional charter school. So we need to make sure that when we're putting this out there, we're finding somebody who has kind of experience in both realms, with the potential of the ASD moving over to our purview.
So what I'm hearing is an addition for preferred experience in a turnaround school environment.
Yes.
And in fact, I think you could just add that on these in additions. There's the third one is preference of having served in a charter or a large-scale charter authorizer. You could add and preference for experience in turnaround. I mean, I don't know what the exact
right.
language would be, but
That's
you could
right.
add it in that.
That's where that would go.
And that would satisfy my concern. Just, I don't want somebody thinking they're coming in for one thing and then, oh, hey, by the way, we're putting 27 schools in here that are all turnaround schools. Good luck. You know.
So noted.
Any other comments on this job description for executive director?
So what I'm hearing is a potential motion to approve the job description for the executive director with an amendment to include preferred experience in a school turnaround environment. Is that accurate?
I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Easier
Second.
than saying it all over again.
Yeah, I've got it noted.
So, point of order here. So, do we want to do this now, or we can put that in when we come back and we do all of these, recommendations?
That's a great question. My recommendation is that you approve the job descriptions one at a time with amendments, since I know that you have granular input here. Yeah, so I would recommend you, if there are no other conversations around the executive director job descriptions, that the commission formally approve it.
Angie?
I have one suggestion to offer up to you all. On the very first page, in the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph, at the very beginning, it says, to that end, the Tennessee Department of Education and the State Board of Education. I think you all need to amend that to say the Tennessee Charter School
Charter School
Commission.
Commission, so noted.
I make that motion.
Second.
Got it.
And then on page 4, and this is more for discussion. We talk about maintain consistent sharing of information, current challenges, lessons learned with relevant counterpart. One thing that I did not see in here, that as we talk about high quality charter schools, I think we need to have some sort of collaboration with the director of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission to make sure that we are aligning with college and career readiness. Again, going back to just, we want to make sure we're preparing all students for some sort of post-secondary education, not just 4-year can be trade school, but in the Drive to 55, we need to be helping to make sure that we're pushing all students in that direction. How that looks like in an amendment right now, I don't know, but just collaboration with THEC for college and career readiness.
So noted.
Sorry, isn't that on page 3 and serve as the commission's key liaison, and it mentions TDOE, SBOE, THEC?
Thank you, I did not say that when I read through it the first time.
Well, good, since you've read this. You caught that. I have one too. One of the things we all said when we sat before the legislature was that we would make sure that our executive director was, had the skill set to be able to navigate through the legislative process as well. Is that mentioned anywhere in here? I didn't see it.
I believe there is a mention for liaison, but let me check.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
Yeah, it's in that same sentence that he just pointed out.
Oh,
It's one bullet down, represent the commission and serve as its key liaison with, and the legislators is the next to last one.
okay.
So just for a point of order, do we need to make a motion to proceed on the amendments, right? Isn't that what Nathan always does? Okay, do you want me to make a motion to proceed on the amendments?
Yes.
Or on the job description as amended?
Right.
Okay, I make that motion.
There's a second.
Second.
We'll have a roll call.
Any other discussion on the amendments to the executive director job description? You call the roll, please.
Chairman Griscom,
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Levine,
Here, aye.
Commissioner Patterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce,
Aye.
Commissioner Sisnet,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
And now we need a motion on the executive director position as amended. So it, correct? Do we need that one too?
Motion.
Second, and before you do roll call, I think the commission, or the chair has to go last now pursuant to the policy that we adopted. So Flip Grissom. The policy says last.
That is true. You're right. Good point. So call the roll and I get to vote last.
All righty. All right. Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Levine,
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce,
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards,
Aye.
Commissioner Sisnet,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker,
Aye.
Chair Griscom.
Aye.
All righty.
Thank you. Now, Amity, you ready to move on? Okay.
Moving on to the Tennessee Public Charter Schools Commission General Counsel job description.
I do have one suggested amendment. Yeah.
Yes.
So on the last page, page 5, and these are listed as required qualifications. This 8 years of experience in education law, yada, yada. I would put that as preferred 8 years of experience. And I say that only as someone who has practiced education law. I think 8 years sounds great, but I think you could be excluding some really high-quality candidates if you make that at a definite bar.
So let me ask, if you read that bullet, it starts with 8 years, but then the note that's there, does that solve your issue or not?
No.
Okay, just
It doesn't solve my, I mean, I just
Okay.
think, I would still like it to just say preferred 8 years of experience.
You put that in form of a motion?
Yes, I move to, first yes. So the lawyer in me is wondering if the title required qualifications, if I can still put preferred, under one of them. So I'm gonna make 2 amendments, because I've got the mic. So first, I'm gonna move to, remove the word required and change that to desired qualifications. And then I don't need to make the other. So that's my motion.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Can I just add one thing? I'm a little concerned at making it desired because there's some things there that are required. The third bullet point, it kind of, I don't want to give on that.
You can't give on that,
Yeah.
actually, legally. Okay, I'm gonna amend, may I amend my amendment?
You can withdraw your amendment.
Okay, I
Will you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay,
now,
I withdraw.
I'm trying to remember Robert's rules from a long time ago. So, yes, you've got the floor.
Okay, so I would move, thank you, to amend to leave the title required qualification, change it from, remove the S, and have the third bullet point under that. Then add a title called desired qualifications and have the remaining bullets under that. That would be my motion. That's all.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sisnick.
I'm just wondering if it might just be easier to find a way to put preferred 8 years of experience or some place in there. I do hope that whoever we hire, general counsel would be savvy enough, as well as the search firm would be savvy enough to know that that note doesn't have to be 8 years. But in terms of, I do understand that when these roles are advertised, people are excluded because they see 8 years and say, I don't have 8 years, and they don't get that far. Again, hoping that someone savvy enough, whomever we hire would be savvy enough to see that. Maybe it's just easier to find a way to put preferred right before 8 years, or rather than
I would
switching
accept
around
that as a
language.
friendly amendment.
Could we put significant experience? Is there a reason why there was 8 years? I'm just wondering if we put significant, and then we don't have to worry about preferred, desired.
Here I am causing trouble. I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Staff context, there's a lot that's changed in the last decade in the charter school space. And so the longer experience they have working in this space, the more body of knowledge they are bringing to the commission. That is all.
Yeah, and let me just, as I read this one, the 8 years wasn't just 8 years practicing law. It was the 4 or 5 qualifiers that were there. Overall, you have 8 years in these, educational law, charter school authorization, contract negotiation, rule and policy drafting and promulgation, and open records. Man, I may be reading it wrong being a non-lawyer, but I looked at 8 years was about some type of experience in that collection of headings.
And I read it the same, but I could name probably right now 3 or 4 really great, I'm not saying they're even interested or even know about this, 3 or 4 great lawyers who would not meet that qualification, but would be great. And so my goal isn't to make this a difficult conversation or to take forever. It is just to make sure that we're getting the quality people. And if I was reading this and looking for a job, which I'm not, I would see the 8 years, and if I didn't have it, I wouldn't apply. And that's the only reason I wanted to try to figure out how to make it preferred or significant or whatever we want to do, so that we don't have, that feels like a very bright line. And it's the only number that is on here, so it feels like a requirement to me.
And I would assume it is. Again, I'm just saying, I would think on this one, because of what you're talking about, you'd want some period of time, because how do you define significant? That I'm not sure, but Commissioner Smith.
Well, I think the "and" is requiring that it has to be all of these things. If we change that to "or," it's then, as long as you've got experience in one of these areas, then that would satisfy what everybody's trying to accomplish. 8 years of experience in educational law, charter school authorization, contract negotiation, statutory interpretation, rule, or policy drafting and promulgation in open meetings. Instead of it saying you have to do all of these things, you've at least had some experience in these things.
So I like the or. I would still say you have lawyers who may not have practiced 8 years who may actually be really good lawyers. I see a fellow lawyer nodding her head on the end of the table.
Yeah, I agree. If someone was 7 years and 6 months, we might want to take a real hard look at them. Why don't we just break this paragraph out of the required qualifications section and put it on a separate, just say preference will be given to 8 years of experience in these things and solve it that way.
The last amendment we have was to break out required and desired, making required the Juris Doctor degree, and then the rest would be preferred. That's the last motion.
So I can withdraw that amendment so that Vice Chair Roberts can propose her amendment. Is that what I need to do?
I'm not sure we ever formally acted on
Okay.
your change in intent. We've had
Okay.
good conversation.
There was no second on it. Okay.
Right.
That's
I
fine.
think
I
we'll-
withdraw my motion. How's that?
I think
Okay.
we're good there. Now, so
What I would propose doing is take the fourth bullet point that's currently under required qualifications, move it to a new section after that part that says, preference will be given to, and then pick up 8 years.
To candidates with.
Yeah, candidates with.
Second that motion.
any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, respond when your name is called.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chair Griscom.
Aye. Are there other changes to the job description for the general counsel?
I'll move it.
Thank you. Have a motion or have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commi-
I don't think I voted aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chair Griscom.
Aye. Amity, we're back to you.
Yes, sir. We are going back to our discussion around requiring formal direction from this body to direct staff to secure contracts for the topics that we had listed, and adding an additional for up to 2 staff to assist with administrative and communication and liaison duties. So just staff that serves at the will of the commission, contract staff. Page 3. Page 3. Yeah,
Page
in
3
your
under-
board book, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chair, do we need a motion for?
Yeah, first we need a motion to direct Tennessee Department of Ed staff to issue and award contracts for a consultant to provide expertise and support for the transition of the LEA.
So moved.
Second.
Everybody that's looking, this is an early part of this conversation, so it is on page,
It is section 5.
page 3, correct? After the
What's
head.
page 3 of your board script, sir? And then in the presentation that was just provided, this slide is titled Other Contracting.
So that gets us back where we were. And I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chair Griscom.
Aye. Motion's approved, thank you. And yeah, I've got 2 books I'm working with, so I
do.
apologize. I'm now back to where I need to
Page
be.
3.
Thank you, yes, I'm with you.
Number
What
2.
did we just do?
Huh?
We just approved you guys
To
staff.
contract on behalf of the commission for the contract support for the LEA transition
Got it,
and technical assistance.
Got it.
And we'll continue that pattern through all of the necessary contracting.
Nice to know, okay.
And then
Smith,
the
yes.
action we just took, all of that will work through whatever committee we set up to report back to the full commission as we're going through this
That is
process.
correct, yes. So be thinking about this as we talk about volunteers to want to serve. So you know now some of the things falling into these committee buckets. So just keep that in mind as you raise your hand and volunteer. I'd like to be on that one, okay? All right, so Anthony, we are now to the motion that directs the Tennessee Department of Education, State Board of Education staff to issue a contract for a search firm to assist in the hiring of an executive director. Okay. So, do we need, are we as a commission satisfied the approach that we want to take? We had A and B. I think my take was that we came down on B, which includes using a search firm, that we had asked the staff, at the Department of Education to sort of see what they can come back with that maybe speeds it up so that we can maybe have somebody in place in a shorter period of time than what was on timeline B. That is the motion in the direction that we are asking.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Does everybody, is that generally, okay? Do I have a motion to approve the request to identify a search firm for the search for an executive director?
Motion on all of that.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second.
second? Thank you. Anybody want to talk about all that anymore? Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye. And so, Amity, this is off the script, I'll just say that to you. Because when we were talking about this and we brought up the job description for the general counsel, we also had a conversation of going forward and trying to begin a process to at least get candidates identified so that when the executive director is hired, we've already got names there for the executive director to review to, to approve a general counsel. So I'm asking, unless you nod your head the other way, that we need a motion that directs the Tennessee Department of Education and the State Board of Education staff to begin the contract work that's related to identifying candidates for general counsel.
Staff requests direction by motion, please.
Do I have a second? Does anybody want to try to explain again what I just said? But I think we're there. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Next, we're to a motion to direct the Tennessee Department of Education and State Board of Education staff to issue and award a consulting contract to support the review of the performance framework.
I make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion?
I do have a
Yes.
question. So we just previously approved the motion to issue and award contracts for a consultant to provide the expertise related to the LEA. Is it possible that that same consultant could advise on this body of work as well related to the performance framework? Or are you viewing it as or is staff viewing it as something
I view
separate?
it as two separate levers that the commission needs to pull over the next 10 months. One is around your policies and your legal obligation as inheriting an LEA, and the other is around doing your due diligence and building up and improving upon, as necessary, a performance framework as you begin to welcome charters into your LEA and monitor them as an authorizer. Tess, did you want to add to that?
I think that certainly there might be an individual or an agency out there that could fulfill both. I think it would give you maximum flexibility to have two options, because I think you would considerably limit your pool of individuals who have expertise both as an LEA as well as in the charter school authorizing functions around performance framework.
Mr. Patterson, is that?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye. Motion's approved. Next motion is to direct the Tennessee Department of Education and the State Board of Education staff to secure training services from the National Association of Charter Authorizers. I have
Charter
a
School
motion.
Authorizers, my apologies.
Pardon me?
I forgot the school and charter, it's NACSA.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Commissioner Smith.
Well, I just want to make sure, this doesn't require going through an RFP or anything?
It'll be a purchase order,
Okay.
most likely.
Any other questions?
I just want to comment, I went through the NACSA training when the state board became an authorizer. It is a great training. I think everybody here will, I think we'll all learn a lot.
Right.
I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to comment, since I made the motion, that while we haven't discussed this thoroughly, I'm not simply rubber stamping. I agree with Commissioner Tucker that just my past experience working with that organization, I think they're the right fit for the job. So just
Thank
wanted to
you,
make that clear.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker. Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye. So we've done well. We're on time. You have one more? Do I?
Yeah, well,
What
you
is
have
this?
an additional motion to direct staff to issue contracts for contract staff to serve at the will of the commission, up to 2 contracts.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I thought I'd done well when I remembered the one about general counsel.
You're still going to be 3 minutes ahead of schedule.
Maybe, right.
Unless we vote.
Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine. Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Pierce.
Aye.
Commissioner Cisnet.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Richards.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye. Motion is approved.
Your lunch is scheduled from 12:30 to 1:30, and it's my understanding it is here and right outside the doors.
outside the door.
Mr. Chairman, can I raise one question? One of the
Yes.
things we talked about was hiring someone to be engaged on a contract to address communications with the legislature. Is that covered in here, or do we need to cover it separately, or how do you want to go about that?
That was my last motion. That was the last motion to do
To do
up to
both.
2
We'll
contracts.
make sure it's covered in there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Patterson? Yes.
So I think it probably goes without say pursuant to state rules, but in the case where the staff does have discretion, I'd like for the staff to consider hiring a diverse set of candidates that
Yes.
obviously are representative of the state of Tennessee, but I think are representative of the children that we anticipate serving. Certainly those children in Shelby County and the Memphis area, but as well as the rest of the state.
Absolutely, and so noted.
So before we do break for lunch, here's one more note that I do want to say. The Business Operations and Hiring Committee is going to work with staff and a search firm, which we will have, to vet resumes and applications, conduct pre-interviews, and bring a recommendation to the full committee for hiring. The committee also will work with staff to begin the stand-up for the commission offices. So if you're interested in being part of that, please share your name with me during this lunch break. So with that, I think we are ready for lunch.
Well done.
Order, the commissioner is going to be coming in, but she's sort of tied up in a meeting. So we're going to start with the next session, and then when she comes, we will just pause and then pick it back up. So we're going to talk about rules and policies. And Angie is going to lead us in this conversation. As she gets up here, there is going to be a committee on rules and policy. So as you listen to this, think about whether this is one that you might be interested in being part of. And again, before the day's out, I really would like to have, for those who I have not talked to yet, your suggestion of what, the committee you'd like to serve on. And let me just tell you, the 3 committees are going to be business ops, rules and policy, and then we're going to set up a governance committee. And so with that, Angie, we're ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to run through some slides, and Hope's going to help me flip through here, but yes, we're on tab 3, by the way, in your materials. And I apologize, since the schedule had to get moved around a little bit, you'll have to flip to about halfway through the presentation, because I was originally going to give the other part of my presentation first, so where it starts with rules and policies. That's where we're going to be kicking off in just a second. So again, my name is Angie Sanders. I'm the General Counsel for the State Board of Education. I'm really pleased to be here with you all today. Excited to get to put faces to names. I know this has been a long time in the making, and really committed to helping you all get this off the ground. I am going to spend a little bit of time today talking about the difference, essentially, between rules and policies, but want to give you a quick overview for those of you who are not as familiar with state government and where the State Board fits in this framework. The State Board of Education is one of sort of 3 legs to the state stool when it comes to governance over K-12 education. There's in the blue at the top, you'll see the Tennessee Department of Education, there's the State Board of Education, and then the Governor and the General Assembly. Generally, the State Board is the rule and policy making body for K-12 education in Tennessee. So we have a very broad brush when it comes to setting the rules and policies that govern K-12 education. The Department of Education is tasked then with more of the implementation of our rules and policies, supporting and monitoring districts for compliance, and we really work sort of hand in hand with the Department of Education to ensure the success of students in our state. Before I move on, because I'm an attorney, there's always some sort of qualification, so I have to at least put it out there that I am not your attorney. I represent the State Board, but I am here to help give you information about what the law says in this area, talk to you about the experience that the State Board of Education has around what the rule and policy making process looks like, what it looks like in our context as an LEA, which you all will be taking over. So happy to answer any questions, but I am not your attorney. Okay, so this is our agenda just quickly. Could you go to the next slide? I'm going to talk to you for a second today, or a few minutes today, about rule and policy making, and then we will address open meetings and public records tomorrow. More than one way to skin it. Sorry. So you can go to the next one. All right, so we're going to dive right into rules and policies. We're going to talk about sort of a high-level overview of what the difference between the two are, what the commission's charge is with regard to development of rules and policies to govern your work. So we're going to start with rules, and the general definition of a rule is an agency regulation, standard, or statement of general applicability that implements, prescribes, or interprets an enactment of the legislature or Congress. It's a lot of legalese there, but essentially, if it affects private rights or privileges or procedures available to the public, it needs to be a rule. This definition was changed in 2018. Public Chapter 929 is something you'll hear me refer to as we go along. This narrowed the definition of what a rule is, and it narrowed the definition of what a policy is and expanded, therefore, what a rule needs to be. So the State Board, as a result of this, has had to undertake quite a lengthy process around changing a lot of what is in policy and moving it over into rule, because the rule definition has been expanded so much. This is all governed by the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act. And in order to adopt a rule in Tennessee, a state agency has to have very specific statutory authority in order to do that. And we'll talk a little bit in a few minutes about what the statutory authority of the commission is around adoption of rules. An example of when a board would adopt a rule would be...
Angie?
Yes.
Can I ask you to hold there?
Sure.
Because I think the commissioner has arrived.
Oh, yes.
And Commissioner, welcome. We are glad you're with us. We know you're on a busy schedule, so we went ahead and started knowing you're on your way, but we're glad to have you here, and we look forward to hearing any words or that you'd like to share with us. As as a new commission for charter schools.
Do that. For the record, Penny Schwinn, Commissioner of Education, great state of Tennessee. It's nice to see everybody. We have been talking about this. Hey, I see you in a couple of places. We've been talking about this commission for a while and wanted to do a couple of things. First, convey the deep appreciation of Governor Lee. He is very excited about this. We talk about it often, and I think even more importantly, the potential and possibility of what can be true for students across the state of Tennessee. And so when we think about kind of the future of this work, wanted to be clear that there are high hopes for what is possible in terms of expanding excellent seats across the state, and then certainly what that means in terms of your roles and responsibilities. I know you're spending a lot of time diving deep into that over the next couple of days, but certainly what we've seen is that Tennessee is a place where innovation can be a really important part of our strategy, and we've also seen that the charter space is one where we can continue to explore opportunities. The governor's budget has $12 million one-time and $12 million recurring for charter school facilities, and I think he is very excited, as are a number of elected officials, about what that can mean in terms of establishing high-performing seats across the state and securing those students who are in charter schools now so that they have permanent facilities and not necessarily feel like they don't have a home. No one wants to feel like they're renting all the time when you can buy the house next door. So that's something that we're thinking a lot about. I know with this group, one of the things that I wanted to talk about was just vision of the work and some of the things that from the administration's perspective, there's real opportunity here. And so certainly there is the work of compliance. There is the work of making sure that all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I think as we look forward and move forward into the future, there is the opportunity that we can think differently and boldly about what it means to have high-performing seats and choice in the state of Tennessee, what that can and should look like. And I think this is a body that can really help to develop that vision and establish what that does mean in the long term. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to engage even further, but wanted to at least take the opportunity to say thank you for the work that you're doing, the service that you have committed to, maybe whether or not you knew what you were getting into. I know from the, yeah, okay, so confirmation hearing, yeah. It is tough work and it is important work. And I think that when we think about the 975,000 children across the state, there's a large portion of those kids that you will touch in some way, shape, or form and be a real part of their education. That's one of the biggest responsibilities any of us can have. I feel that every day, and you all have taken on that responsibility to help steward and shepherd what their education pathways will look like. And that I'm very, very grateful for. So happy to answer questions, happy to engage even further, but wanted to say welcome and thank you, and also appreciation for being slightly flexible as I go into my own hearings, of which have been quite exciting. So yes, you've all seen it. So yeah, it is that season. So again, thank you very much. Really appreciate the work. Nice to see everybody, and happy to engage in whatever way is helpful. Great, thank you. Questions, concerns? I can also bring donuts next time, but I heard you were well fed.
We had plenty of donuts this
Yeah,
morning.
that's what I saw. I might steal one.
There you go.
Yeah, some comfort food for 502.
You can take a couple.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take one for 2 of my kids.
There you go.
Yeah.
Any questions for the commissioner? Commissioner, thank you, because we know you have a busy schedule. If your hearings are like the hearings that we've all been in, yep, we appreciate the good work you're doing and wish you the best.
Yep, it is that you can smile through anything, can't you? You learn that the hard way. So yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Angie, would you like to pick up where we were? Thank you.
Sure. So when we're thinking about rules and what they do and implementing, prescribing, or interpreting enactment of the legislature or Congress, an example of that in how the state board, for example, implements rules, we a lot of times are defining terms that are contained in legislation. So one example would be defining what is meant by a regular school day in one of our rules, or defining processes that are set forth in legislation to ensure that that legislation can be implemented. A lot of times the legislature will set up a program and say the state board or the commission will adopt rules on implementation of this section. So a lot of times there's a lot of minutia and a lot of room there for the rule to set forth what the specific processes are going to look like. In other cases, there will be very narrow rulemaking authority around what you can specifically do. And it's more around, let's just define what this term really means and put some more clarity, some more meat essentially on the bones of this program versus we're setting forth what the entire thing looks like in a rule. It really, again, goes back to what your statutory authority is in order to promulgate that rule. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about the 3 types of rules. The Uniform Administrative Procedures Act sets forth 3 specific types. The first type is a rulemaking hearing rule. I'd say this is probably the majority of the types of rules that the State Board of Education does. I will say that this has changed over the past couple of years, again, with this change to the law around the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act and defining rules. The Government Operations Committee, which is the joint committee in the legislature that hears rules, which we'll talk about in a second, have made it very clear that they prefer rulemaking hearing rules because of that opportunity for public input and public feedback. This requires that the agency provide 45 days notice through posting on the Secretary of State's website. So there's very specific forms that have to be filled out, submitted to the Secretary of State, giving notice to the public about when this rulemaking hearing is going to occur, the proposed language of the rule, a designee of the board. In this case of the State Board, I preside over all of our rulemaking hearings. We record those. They're all posted publicly on our website in addition to them being posted on the Secretary of State's website. And we solicit public feedback. Sometimes we have a lot of interest and we'll have, maybe 10 people. I will say we have to do quite a bit of engagement on the front end to get people to come and give us their feedback. So just a note for you all in terms of getting that feedback that you need isn't always as easy as you might think. So you really need to be reaching out to stakeholders and letting them know, hey, we're having a rulemaking hearing on this. We really want to know what you have to say. Something else that we do, because rulemaking hearings are in person, and a lot of times because we're located in Nashville, they're in Nashville, we leave open about a week after the rulemaking hearing for written comments to be submitted. So we leave that comment period open a little bit longer so that we can receive some written feedback. And I will say, in the case of a lot of rules that have some more wide-reaching implications, we do tend to get more in terms of written feedback. I will say, when you do a rulemaking hearing rule, as part of this big packet that you have to submit to the Government Operations Committee and the Secretary of State's office, have to give a summary of the comments that you've heard at the hearing and whether or not those comments were taken into consideration with the final version of the rule. And if they weren't, generally we say the reason why. So we'll give a summary of we received these types of comments. We didn't include this suggestion because it would require us to exceed our statutory authority, or there was a really good policy reason for us deciding not to do that. So while there isn't necessarily back and forth at the rulemaking hearing, I know we were talking earlier, Chairman Griscom was talking about, I think, TVA, there's not that back and forth. There is a response given in terms of why we maybe took that into consideration or didn't. The next type of rule is a proposed rule. These are adopted without a rulemaking hearing. The catch with a proposed rule is that once it is mostly through the promulgation process and posted with the Secretary of State's office, if an organization or a person requests a rulemaking hearing, then you have to have a rulemaking hearing. So you sort of have to go all the way back through the process again, and it could delay it's already a lengthy process, and it could cause further delays. So we only generally do proposed rules in cases of very small, minor changes, changes that are required by law, things that we don't necessarily think are going to be soliciting a lot of public feedback around. If we think that there's going to be a good amount of public feedback, then we'll go ahead and just do a rulemaking hearing rule. The final type of rule that I've got a little bit more detail on here is emergency rules. The State Board of Education has, on many occasions, had to adopt emergency rules. There are very specific situations set forth in the code that an agency can adopt an emergency rule. The first is immediate danger to the public health, safety, or welfare. I want to point that one out because that one and the last one, which is required by law to implement within a certain period of time, are the two that the state board has had to use in pretty much every case that we've had to do an emergency rule. So when it came to immediate danger to public health, safety, and welfare, that was a rule around educator licensure. We wanted to ensure that we had the ability, because of a change in the law, to take action against educator licenses. We didn't want there to be a lapse in time where we couldn't take action against an educator's license. The last one, required by law to implement within a certain period of time, happens quite a bit because the legislature will pass a law, it will go into effect, and it will say, this becomes effective upon becoming a law. So it's effective basically as soon as the governor signs it, and obviously the agency hasn't had time to promulgate rules in order to effectuate that program. So in a lot of those cases, we have to promulgate an emergency rule. Emergency rules are only effective for 180 days, and they're effective upon filing with the Secretary of State. So as soon as the board approves it and it gets filed with the Secretary, well, it still has to go to the AG's office, they approve it. As soon as they approve it, we send it to the Secretary of State's office. We'll talk through that whole process in a second. As soon as they post it, it becomes effective, and it's effective for 180 days, versus in a rulemaking hearing rule or proposed rule situation where once it's fully through the process, posted by the Secretary of State, it's assigned an effective date 90 days later. And then there's a couple of other things that have to happen. So we'll go to the next slide, which talks a little bit in more detail about what this process looks like. So the first step in rule promulgation is board approval. So in you all's case, the commission approves rules. I believe in your meetings policy that you passed earlier today, you said that all rules have to go through 2 readings. In the case of the state board, we have it on first reading. There's opportunity for input from the public between first and final reading. That's usually when we do our rulemaking hearing between first and final reading, because then we have what that proposed language is from first reading. That's what we use as part of the notice. And then after we collect that public feedback through the rulemaking process, it is approved by the board on final reading. Once that happens, the general counsel, so I prepare the rulemaking filing form. I send that to the Attorney General's office. I work very closely with the Attorney General's office they review it for constitutionality. They review it to ensure that the rule fits within the board statutory authority. For every rule that you adopt, there will be a section at the bottom that you have to list the statutory authority, and they want that specific statutory citation around what gives you the ability to promulgate this rule. After the Attorney General's office signs off on it, it is then sent back to me, and then I prepare it, send it to the Secretary of State's office. It's then assigned an effective date, 90 days later after filing with the Secretary of State. After that, there is the review by the Government Operations Committee. So that is a joint committee, again, of the legislature. They are tasked with reviewing all rules. All rules by law basically are in effect until June 30th of the next year following adoption. They will expire unless the Government Operations Committee includes them in what's called the Rules Omnibus Bill, which extends the effective date of all of the rules that are included in that bill. If the Government Operations Committee gives a negative recommendation on a rule, your rule will be allowed to expire. It will not be included in that Rules Omnibus Bill, and it will expire on June 30th of the next year. So that's essentially their power over you in terms of if there's something in a rule that they don't like and they aren't going to give it a positive or a neutral recommendation, you got to work really hard to make sure that you guys can come to a place where you're in agreement and that they will make at least a neutral recommendation on your rule so that it can be included in that Rules Omnibus Bill. I know that's a lot of real minutia, but it's important to understand that just because you say okay doesn't mean that it's going to go into effect. It'll go into effect for a short period of time, but it could be allowed to expire. So we talked about the effective dates. I will say, based on the State Board of Education's experience, this process can a lot of times take between 6 and 9 months after final approval by the board. It varies, I will say, with the topic of the rule. If it's a very involved rule with, like, you're setting up an entire program, it's an entirely new rule, that takes a long time. And where the bulk of that time is taken up is, one, in the review by the Attorney General's office, because they spend a lot of time making sure that you have the authority to do it and that they're comfortable signing off on it. And then that 90-day period after it's filed with the Secretary of State before it becomes effective. So that's 3 months that you basically have no control over, and then everything leading up to it. I will say that this can be sped up in situations where it's a fairly minor change. The Attorney General's office is probably not going to take as long with it. Or I think in you all's case, which we'll talk about in a minute, some of the rules that you will be adopting, I think a good idea would be to start out with what the state board's current rule is on it. You've already got a roadmap. You can make some small tweaks to that and then be in very close communication with the AG's office that, hey, you've already signed off on this rule. It's just we just changed a couple of names. And then when you all have a full staff, you'll be able to come back once you've had your NACSA training to make some of those more detailed changes that you want to make. The big reason why this process is so cumbersome is because rules carry the weight of law. They're a really big deal. So the legislature has set up this process through the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act to make sure that there is full opportunity for public comment. There's a ton of review. That way, if it carries the weight of law, it's had multiple checks in terms of the suitability of that rule. So commission rules. What is you all's rulemaking authority? TCA 4913-105 sets forth specifically that you all can adopt rules that are solely necessary for the administrative operation and functions of the commission. It says that your rulemaking authority doesn't supersede the state boards. So obviously it's limited in terms of you make rules for your work and your schools and your appellate body, but not for other things that are the State Board of Education's purview around K through 12 education generally. This essentially means your charge in the law is what your rulemaking authority is. So at this point, it is appellate authorization of charter schools. That is why in here I've said that one of the first two things that you need to do in terms of rules is adopt a charter school appeals process rule. The State Board of Education has a very detailed rule on our charter school appeal process, which we have just undergone a big rewrite of based on Public Chapter 929, where we've moved a lot of information that used to be in our charter school appeal policy into our rule. So that is actually still in the promulgation process. I think it's set to be effective on May 3rd, and you have a copy of that rule filing form in your materials, so you can take a look through what that rule looks like, even get a flavor for what a rule filing form looks like if you're so inclined. But that will be probably number one on this rules committee agenda. Once you form your rules committee, taking a look at the State Board of Education's rule, making any small tweaks that you might want to make, and then go ahead and getting that started, because like I said, it can take up to 6 to 9 months, and you want to make sure that come January 1, when you're getting ready to accept appeals, that you all have a rule in place that governs how you're going to do that. The second rule that you all will need to adopt is a public records rule. So there was a big rewrite again that we've been talking about in the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act, and one of those changes requires that all state agencies promulgate a rule on public records requests. It used to be that those were in policy, now they have to be in rule. Again, State Board of Education has a rule on that. You all are welcome to take a look at that rule and use that as a basis. It will set forth who, if you receive a public records request, who they need to submit that to. Are you going to request a copy of their driver's license? Those sort of minutia type information, you'll need to go ahead and get one of those adopted. And I would probably recommend, I think your next meeting is in April, go ahead and get your rules committee on that so that you could have something on first reading in April and start moving that through the process. All right. Any questions about rules before we start talking about policies? Okay. Hopefully you're not asleep yet, because I know this is riveting information. This is where I live. So policies define and/or explain further the implementation of a statute or rule, or, this is the big one, the internal management of state government. So again, this was significantly changed in 2018. It really is about your internal operations. A lot of times, you are allowed to have a policy that further defines and/or implements your rule. So we have our charter school appeals rule, and then we have our charter school appeals policy, which puts a little bit more meat on that in terms of what internally we do when we receive an appeal. So you will a lot of times have a rule with a corresponding policy that gives a little bit more information. They're enforceable, but they don't carry the weight of law like a rule does because it doesn't go through that extensive process. Essentially, once your board approves a policy, it's done. It's your policy. State Board of Education, our process, I think, is similar to the policy that you all adopted earlier on your meetings. All of our policies, for the most part, go through 2 readings, and then they become effective upon final approval. In the case of the State Board, because you all will be adopting your LEA policies, a lot of those will be based on either State Board rules or policies that your charter schools will need to comply with. A lot of that is because the Department of Education, and Eve Carney used to head up CPM, which is the part of the monitoring arm of the department. They monitor LEAs for compliance with state board rules and policies as well as federal requirements. And so when the TDOE comes knocking and says, hey, do you all have a policy on X for your charter schools? You can say, well, here's our policy. And then the way that we'll talk about in a little while, the State Board has set it up is that we also monitor our charter schools to ensure that they have the policies they need to have in order to be in compliance. So again, you all have already gotten a head start on some of these commission policies. You've already adopted your meetings policy, your members policy, some of the other policies that the State Board of Education has, which are all up on our website. So you're welcome to peruse that if you want. If you want, we can also, staff is happy to provide you with copies of potentially you could have a mission or goals policy, a staff personnel policy, again, an appeals process policy to give a little bit more information on what your internal process will look like. Again, thinking about this is your internal operation, more focused on that. The last thing, local education agency policies. In your materials, you have a very exhaustive list of all of the local education agency policies that the State Board of Education has adopted. You all are essentially a mini school board. And just like other school boards in the state, you will have to have LEA policies. So a little bit of background on, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a flavor of the LEA policy structure of the State Board, why it looks the way it does. Understanding how we're organized as an LEA is essential to understanding how our policies are structured. And since you all will be taking over this work, I think it's important to know at least why we set it up this way. It is within your purview to set it up how you all decide. And once you get a general counsel and executive director on board, we're happy to work with them to talk with them about what our thinking was here. But the State Board and the Commission are very unique LEAs because you will be an LEA composed entirely of charter schools who, by law, have a lot of autonomy. And they're not all the same. So it doesn't make sense, at least in our mind, to pass an LEA policy that applies uniformly to all the schools that say you must all do X. We want to maintain that charter school autonomy over as many decisions as possible while ensuring that the schools themselves are still compliant with the requirements that the state law puts on them as well as federal requirements, so that when we're monitored, we're not dinged for being out of compliance. So I have this little weighing thing, and I think you'll talk a lot about this when you guys get your NACSA training, but it is sort of this push-pull way of we're an authorizer, but we're also an LEA, especially when it comes to special students with special needs, special populations. We are the LEA under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So you are ultimately responsible for ensuring that students with disabilities are being appropriately served in the schools that you all authorize. You can't just say, oh, well, they're charter schools. You know, they do their thing. That's not how it works under IDEA. You are the ultimately the one who's responsible. So there is really this balancing act between what do we have the authority to push in on versus what do we sort of need to pull back and give the charter school their autonomy over those decisions. I'll say in many states like California, charter schools are their own LEA. So a lot of times operators come into Tennessee and they say, well, in our other schools, we get to do X. And the response has to be, well, in those states, you're your own LEA. So you are the one who's ultimately responsible versus in Tennessee, we are the ones that are on the hook for your decisions ultimately. And so we have a little bit more power over making sure that you're doing what you need to be doing. I know Tess has talked a little bit with you all about our district that you all will be inheriting, and essentially with our currently two charter schools in Nashville, one that will be set to open, I believe, the year after next, and then one that is currently operating in Memphis. They have, we've done extensive training with them on this policy structure. We are constantly, we have a policy audit process that we go through with them. They have a list of all of their required policies. We work very closely with them. It's not a gotcha. I mean, we work very closely to ensure that their policies have the required information, and if they don't, we'll help them get there. Next slide. So this is a quick overview of what our policy hierarchy really looks like. So there's those big overarching state, federal laws, rules, policies. So that's State Board of Education rules and policies. That's state law, that's federal law. Those are the general framework. Then we have our State Board LEA policies and procedures. Those give a little bit more detail. I'll say in a lot of cases, we have tried to give as much autonomy as possible. So we'll say the charter school shall have a policy on student discipline, but they have to address these specific minimum requirements that are set forth in law. And then the charter schools policy will be the more specific thing that says, okay, if a student is suspended, this is exactly what's going to happen in our school. It's not, again, a one-size-fits-all. All the schools' discipline policies look a little bit different. I'll say another example is the law in our state requires a progressive truancy intervention plan. And we basically say, here is the framework. You have to have 3 phases, and in some of these phases, it has to have X, Y, or Z. And then the schools themselves have a very specific policy about this is what happens in phase 1, this is what happens in phase 2, this is what happens in phase 3. And again, we're monitoring that to make sure that it's up to date. When the laws change, when State Board of Education rules or policies change, we're letting them know and telling them, hey, you need to be working on updating your policies. Or in a lot of cases, it lives in their student handbook or their personnel handbook, updating those in those different areas. I will say the State Board also has a lot of LEA procedures. The procedures aren't approved by the board. Those are approved by the executive director. I imagine you would probably want to go that same direction, since that's really a level of minutia that you're probably already feeling like you're in the minutia a little bit when it comes to the LEA policies and procedures. And I think that's consistent with how a lot of LEAs, those of you who have been on school boards before, the board approves the policies, and then the director of schools would approve any procedures. So that is all that I have for you all on rules and policies. I know that was very sort of in the weeds. If you all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I know there's probably going to be required some time to digest. So if anything comes up, I'm happy to answer questions offline as well.
Mr. Tucker.
I just want to if you could give us a short summary. I know that with the law that created us, it's transitioning the state board to evaluate authorizers, which we will be one, and that there is some teeth to that potentially. And so when you talk about how we are, as a commission, as an authorizer, an LEA, we are required to make sure that our schools have the right policies in place. Can you talk a little bit about what oversight is going to be on us to make
Sure.
sure that we're doing the piece that you just talked about?
Yeah, so I'll give a general overview, and then I know Tess has been working really hard on the state board's process around authorizer evaluation, so I'll let her speak to that in more detail. But the charter school law requires that all authorizers, which you all are one, to adopt and follow the State Board of Education's quality charter authorizing standards. So those are set forth in state board policy. They go through essentially what a quality charter authorizer does. It talks about how you evaluate new applicants, which you all are an appellate body, so you wouldn't necessarily be doing that, but how you determine revocations and renewals, which you all will be doing at some point because you have charter schools under your umbrella. The communication with charter schools, all of those things. The law that passed last year put a little bit of teeth into this authorizer evaluation process that the state board will be undertaking, saying that the state board has the power to basically dock a authorizer's ability to collect an authorizer fee. So you all will be allowed to collect an authorizer fee per statute from your authorized charter schools to help you run your LEA staff up. If the state board finds through its evaluation that you are not upholding your end of the bargain with regard to the quality charter authorizing standards, then at some point, the state board would have the ability to say, you either cannot collect an authorizer fee or you can collect a reduced amount. So there is some teeth there and some incentive to make sure that your authorizer, your body as an authorizer are upholding those standards. And I'll let Tess speak a little bit more about that process will look like.
Sure. So I think one of the key components of this is going to be a document collection process from each authorizer. And so as much as it's important of what you verbally say, your evaluation is going to be based on what you have in writing. So a great example of this would be an intervention policy. So what is your intervention policy that the commission has adopted? How are you communicating that to your schools, and how are you utilizing that? So I think when you all are thinking about adopting policies, procedures, et cetera, I think you all need to understand from both a Department of Education monitoring perspective, you will be monitored on some of those policies, and then also from a state board authorizer evaluation process, you will be monitored on those policies. So it really is, we like to pull together the Venn diagram because the worlds of authorizing and LEAs combine a lot in this work.
Thank you. I thought that was important. It's not, like, this is a pretty cutting edge. Most states aren't doing this. Authorizers don't have a lot of accountability nationally, and so it's a big deal that Tennessee passed that. So I just wanted to make sure we were aware.
So can I follow on that? Because I'm trying to sort of sort through who's doing what. So we're an appellate body, but we also are a body that's creating, managing, handling charter schools. So what's the evaluation process put together? Because we're sitting here looking, we do this annual report. So help me understand, we evaluate ourselves and we're reporting that as we also are evaluating other charter schools. I'm just trying to sort through how all of this flows and what oversight is there, because I would tend to think that there has to be some kind of oversight for what we're doing as, an LEA. At the same time, we're providing oversight in an appellate role. So can you help me think this through?
Yeah. So let's talk about the LEA component first. So the Department of Education has regular monitoring that they have set up for districts. The first of that is the LEA compliance report that is turned in every fall, I think, where each district is required to report their compliance to federal, state laws, rules, policies. That's part number one. Number two is monitoring that happens through the Federal Programs Office. The name changes recently. We remember it as the CPM, but Federal Programs Office, which happens every spring for districts across the state. And there is a risk-based monitoring that happens. If you are a high-risk district based on the amount of funds, federal funds you receive, and a number of different factors, you may get an in-person monitoring visit. There's also desktop monitoring that happens for kind of the mid-range, depending on if you're selected. If you're not selected for the in-person or the desktop monitoring, you as an LEA have to complete a self-assessment and turn that into the Department of Education, which is probably a 10, 15-page document with many a question on each form asking you, do you have a policy around migrant students? Do you have a procedure around migrant students? How are you screening for homeless students? How are you ensuring that your schools are training their teachers on standards to teach English learners? Everything that kind of covers the gamut around federal programs is in that self-assessment. They actually recently instituted an assessment that if you're a charter authorizer, you have to complete a section around your charter authorizing policies. So those are the main components from monitoring from a district perspective, from the department. Eve, anything else you want to add there that I missed?
I think you did an excellent job
I'm
summarizing that. I'm very impressed. No, but it really is an attempt to ensure that, especially as it relates to policies around groups of students that are protected in the federal law, that districts have appropriate policies and procedures in place to ensure that students are being identified, served appropriately in each LEA. But you did a great job. Thank you.
And I would say one thing that as you all move down this phase, I would recommend potentially thinking about becoming a policy member of the Tennessee School Boards Association. The Tennessee School Boards Association, if you're not familiar with them, it is an association that directly supports local boards of education. One of the things that we have gotten as a policy subscription member is sample model LEA policies. So every time law changes or state board institutes a new rule or policy, TSBA will send out a model policy to districts for them to review, consider, adopt. That means that we can rely on experts in very particular areas. I know today we got like a new policy update, and think we can consider, do we want to adopt this model policy? How do we need to think about adjusting it for our unique situation, so that you all don't have to consider and worry about having the issue area expertise on all of these different policies in-house. Did that answer? I know there's the authorizer evaluation part that I can go into a little bit more, but from a district perspective,
So
is
let
that?
me ask you.
Yeah.
So the state board today they are an LEA. Okay, so they do this report. Who reviews it? That's what I'm going to ask. Where does it go? Who sits down and says, y'all are doing a great job? That's what I'm trying to get a sense of, because we're going to take those over. We're going to be, in that role. So we've got to do the same thing for some of the others that we're looking at who are coming to it. I'm trying to get a feel for, it's the sense of, we're applying the same rule sets we apply to everybody else. We're being looked at by somebody so that they know we're complying. We're not sitting here self-evaluating.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm trying to get a sense.
Absolutely. I'll let Dr. Carney I know from my end, I turn in the report. And what happens after that, I would love for her to explain.
Well, I will say a couple of different groups of the department look at it. Some of the general requirements that are state requirements are led through our Office of General Counsel for they look at a lot of the state mandates that are within statute and rule around being a public school in Tennessee. Within the federal programs and oversight team, they review, there's a team that reviews the findings. They would develop compliance action plans, if appropriate, follow up with you. Typically what they look to do is they either they recognize best practices, but then they would also make recommendations to improve your practice. But if there's a space in which the federal law requirements are being in some way violated or not upheld appropriately, then they would develop a corrective action plan, meet with your team to assist in getting it right. So they would flag any concern that they would have in that space. And then a district would have 12 months And they would check with you periodically throughout the year to ensure that you're on the path to fix that. Clearly, if something were to, in a district where those things are not corrected, then we would take the next step, which could even include up to, withholding federal dollars until those corrections are made. So I hear you to say, like, we want to know we're doing this right. These are a couple of checks, one through the Office of General Counsel, who has staff to ensure that you have appropriate policies, procedures, practices. Then from this federal funding perspective, you would have some touch. Every district in Tennessee has some touch every year, as Tess said, based on a comprehensive risk analysis. So there would be some indication annually that someone is reviewing the state of your schools and of you as an LEA and an authorizing body.
So from our earlier conversation today about qualifications for an executive director, we got to really make sure that we've got somebody who understands what I call the dual roles here. And that those staffing decisions that the executive director makes are similar to what a superintendent of a school system would be making.
That is very fair and very good observation there, because I do feel like there are some nuances that can get lost without a very comprehensive either set of experiences or knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think also, certainly we should look to the resources available in the state, but as we think about building this organization out, we're certainly not the first of our kind, but we should aspire to be the best on behalf of our children. So I think leveraging national resources, obviously we've talked about engaging NACSA, but if there are other national resources, partnerships, folks, experts, I think we should also look to them as we think about building out our policies and rules as well.
And there's probably some lessons learned for us from talking to the state board, I would think, as we do our due diligence to sort of get them to share with us, issues and things that they've dealt with. Is that also?
Yes, we are very happy to sit down once you all get staff on board, and even before then with your rules and policy committee to talk about lessons learned, talk about what changes you all might want to make to some of these rules and policies to fit how you all want things to run. I think it's also, and one note I want to make earlier, when you all voted on some of the contracts, one of those contracts was with a contractor to help you all manage this transition into becoming an LEA. And so I think it is important if you did hire someone as your executive director who was from out of state that maybe didn't have a lot of that Tennessee context, that contractor may help you sort of get that person up to speed on what it's like to run an LEA in Tennessee.
Can I just ask one question? And it's just because the state's got this problem right now. As an LEA, you can adopt the policies and the rules. And as you go through this and you see that the rules and policies aren't being followed, unlike a superintendent of schools where the people who are supposed to be following the policies are your employees, in a charter school situation, these charters are independent agencies. How is the state addressing that right now for the ones that the state is serving as LEA?
So that's where your intervention policy and your charter contract is going to come into play. So as a part of our intervention policy, we lay out various steps that it would take all the way up to revocation of a charter if we see that there's a violation of something within our charter agreement, federal, state law, or even on our performance framework where you're not performing well. We could issue a notice of concern. We could issue a notice of deficiency. So that we have close monitoring that's happening. I will say that as a part of the evaluation process that we will conduct of authorizers, we are going to want to know what does your intervention process look like? How are you utilizing the tools that you have? Because from our role as an appellate body and your future role, you will see a wide variety of authorizing practices on appeal. And, we have really taken the belief from the state board that we wanted to be a model authorizer. And so kind of handing that off to you all, thinking about how are you going to be transparent and clear with your charter schools about what the expectations are and holding them accountable if they're not meeting those expectations.
Have you had any situations where you've had to revoke a charter and then you sit on as the appellate group reviewing your own revocation?
So state board decisions, and I think it's similar for the commission, are not appealable.
Okay.
Well, and I guess to piggyback on that, have there been any instances as I guess, what provisions do we need to look at in making sure that are in the contract for, lack of a better term, the clawback provisions? I mean, a charter is just not performing. We've gone through all the steps. We need to revocate their charter agreement. But then we also had the issue with K-12 Inc. a few years ago, where the courts then stepped in and basically left a whole lot of limbo. What do we need to make sure that we're putting in so that we kind of bypass that? I mean, just thinking through that.
Sure. So our charter agreements are very detailed in terms of going through all of the obligations that we're going to be holding a school to. I'll say that the charter application is an exhibit to the agreement, which sets forth in very minute detail, which you all will see. I think they're generally about 250 pages about the things that that charter school is promising to do. We are happy to provide you with copies. I think they're all online as well of what our charter agreements say. The law is very specific about what reasons a authorizer can revoke a charter school for. But that is where your performance framework comes in. That is why it's so important to have a very strong performance framework that you are monitoring your schools on every single year, so that when it comes time for renewal or potential revocation, it's not a surprise. They know that they haven't been meeting their expectations. And in certain cases, there is that mechanism in the law where if it's a really bad situation like fraud, misappropriation of funds, things like that, that you could move to revoke without going through some of those prior steps. So there's some mechanisms in the law that give you the ability and set forth what you can do on revocation, but we're certainly happy to provide you with copies of what our charter agreements say to give you an idea of where you might want to go, because ultimately you all will be taking over these schools and they're under current contracts with the State Board of Education, and so there will need to be some either renegotiation of those agreements or assuming those obligations.
I'd also like to point out that the level of or the role of accountability, there's a two-way street to that. And so I just want us to be mindful of, I think a lot of our thoughts are around how we as an LEA are holding charters responsible. But there's also the flip side of that where, for instance, if federal funds have passed through to the LEA, to the charters, if we are not doing that in the proper way, there's a real issue that we create on behalf of the charters, and we put them in jeopardy. So there's already us that we put in jeopardy, but we also stand to put them in jeopardy. So we just, again, going back to that hiring piece of making sure that the executive director that we hire brings on the right ops person, finance, what have you, to make sure that doesn't happen, because it has happened in the past. And we want to make sure that we're not, to Commissioner Patterson's point, that we're one of the best, and we're not limiting the charters that we authorize.
And I will just add, the federal funds piece is, I like to say there are three things that we cannot fail on. One is federal funds. You have to have the expertise to figure out the federal funds, monitor them, disperse them, because they will, and they have tripped up a lot of districts. So wholeheartedly agree that it is something that Eve's team, knows that my team is not afraid to come and sit at the desk of the Title III person and tell me how exactly do we need to disperse funds for English learners, because it is complicated and we want to get it right. And so making sure you have that level of persistence is important.
Other questions?
I have a question, but maybe Larry can go first.
So just for like a real life example of kind of the rules and policies and doing your hearings, I just jumped on the state board website really quick. It looks like you've got some coming up around charter schools. So were these just done with the state board back in the fall that now you're doing the public hearings for?
So those are for rules that were on, I believe it's the charter schools rule generally. It was on first reading at our February board meeting that we just had. Most of the changes are just to comply with changes to the law, but there are a few tweaks that we're making more substantively. So we felt the need to do a rulemaking hearing. So between our February meeting and our next meeting, which is in May, we are holding that rulemaking hearing in March to collect public feedback on that. So yes, that is why you're seeing that, and that's publicly noticed on our website.
Who would typically come?
Sometimes nobody comes. Sometimes, like I said, we have to be more proactive about getting feedback and soliciting feedback. It really just depends. I think, for example, in the charter school space, we may get some representatives from the Tennessee Charter School Center that might want to come and give comments. Sometimes there are a lot of leaders of charter organizations that are very vocal, very involved, and they see that and they immediately pick up the phone and are like, what's going on here? What are y'all doing? What are you changing? And sometimes that comes without us having to solicit it, but a lot of times we do have to do that outreach.
Thank you.
Tess mentioned there were 3 things we couldn't fail, but she only listed one of them, so I wanted to know, what were numbers 2 and 3?
I would say your student information, your data, which again, it's all tied together, having quality data that feeds into the Department of Education is how your charters are going to get funded and funded correctly. If you have bad data, you will have bad funding. And I would say number 3, which is encompassed in the federal funds, but special populations. Having expertise on English learners, having expertise on special students with disabilities, homeless students, migrant students, really doubling down on those key areas will ensure that the fundamentals are there. And also I think to an earlier comment, really working with our charter schools to make sure that they have that necessary capacity and expertise too on the ground level is critically important.
Other questions? Great. Thank you. Do commissioners need a break, or can we keep going? Everybody okay? All right. So the next one is that.
I think I'm happy to go ahead and get started because I think there was going to be a broader conversation on performance data for charter schools more generally. I think I was going to give you all be after that, but given the time, I'm happy to go ahead and get started, and then we can just be flexible if that works for you all.
Is that okay with everybody?
Okay, maybe a 5-minute break just to get us our slides order, and then we'll get right.
Okay. Thank you. So everybody's ready. We're going to move forward. Tess is going to talk with us about charter performance.
Yes. So this presentation that I'm going to give you all is the presentation that we gave to the State Board of Education a couple weeks ago. You are in, let's see, we are in tab 8. So this is an overview of the current charter school performance framework results from the authorized charter schools that the state board has. This is something that we annually present to the State Board of Education. So you will notice that this information is based on results from the 2018-19 school year. So why do we do this report? First of all, it's a requirement of state law that each authorizer submit to the Department of Education an annual authorizing report that provides the performance of the district's charter schools on the performance framework by January the 1st of every year. And secondly, it is a requirement of our quality authorizing standards, which we had briefly mentioned earlier. Number 1, that we provide an annual written report to our schools on how they are doing on our performance framework, and that we provide clear and accurate performance data to the public and the students and anyone who would like to see on how our charter schools are doing. So just to recap on our state board authorized schools. So first we have Bluff City High School. This is a school that is operated by Green Dot Public Schools in Memphis. It is our oldest school. So this school year it is serving grades 9, 10, and 11. In the 2018-19 school year, which is the data that we are going to be discussing, it was serving 9th and 10th grade. I think important context here is that this school is a primary feeder of 2 middle schools that are within the Tennessee Achievement School District, Kirby Middle School and Wooddale Middle School. So when we talk about their academic performance, you will see that these students are coming into Bluff City High School extremely far behind. And so one of the conversations we have been having with Bluff City is really focusing on the growth, not only our TVOS growth, but year-to-year growth, recognizing where our students are coming into their school. The second authorized charter school is KIPP Antioch College Prep Elementary. The school opened in August of 2018. In the current school year, it's serving kindergarten and first grade. Last year, it was only serving kindergarten. So you will see reflected in their performance framework that we don't have any academic performance data because there were no tested subjects. The third school in operation is KIPP Antioch College Prep Middle. This school opened this year serving 5th grade, so you will not see any performance data reflected for this school because they were not in operation in the 2018-19 school year. Next slide. In the fourth school that the state board authorizes and then we'll move to the commission is Rocketship Nashville number 3. This school was approved in November of 2019. Metro Nashville Public Schools and the operator did not come to an agreement that it would be mutually operated by the school. So we will now be opening the school. It was scheduled to open in the 21-22 school year. So it has an extended on-ramp for opening. Next slide. So the performance framework of the state board is what we use to annually evaluate our charter schools, and it is an exhibit in the charter agreement. We adopted this performance framework originally when we began authorizing schools, and we have done several updates as accountability systems have evolved in Tennessee and as assessments have evolved in Tennessee. So the most current version that we're using now was updated in May of 2019. It has 3 distinct areas that charter schools are evaluated on annually. The first is academic performance. This is primarily based on the academic performance data from our TN Ready assessments, as well as some other indicators that we'll talk about. Financial performance. So this is based on primarily a school's annual audit. And then third is our organizational performance. This is what we like to think about as our catch-all area, where we're really looking at alignment to federal and state law and alignment to their charter agreement. And so for the purposes of this conversation, as we are moving forward, we are going to be talking about Bluff City High School and KIPP Antioch College Prep. So how do we get all of this data that goes into the performance framework and the annual report? So there are several key areas where we are collecting this data. First and foremost, TN Ready data, which is our annual state assessment. This is a driver of the information that's going to be contained within our academic performance framework. TVOS, which is the growth measure for students, is also contained within our performance framework. Chronic absenteeism is an indicator that we look at. These 3 indicators will ultimately be a part of the letter grade that a school will receive by the Tennessee Department of Education. Those will be rolled out, I believe, in the beginning of the next school year. Therefore, we have, from a state board perspective, determined that our performance framework will utilize a letter grade as a part of the performance framework. That is not a requirement. That is something that the commission can evaluate of whether or not you want to use the department's accountability as a part of your performance framework. The reason we chose that is because we knew that our schools would be evaluated based on the department's accountability system, that we didn't want to create so many measures that they're trying to meet. We felt like streamlining was important. But until there is a letter grade, we have developed indicators so that we can evaluate these parts until there's fully a letter grade that's announced. We also use some student and school culture data. So you'll see some data around student attrition, teacher retention, suspension rate. This is something from a philosophical perspective the state board believed was important to include, but again, indicators that you all can determine whether or not those are what you would like to keep. We also have indicators that don't come from data that we use as a part of our performance framework. So we have a monthly reporting calendar that has various levels of compliance and reporting that our charter schools are feeding into the state board. We have annual federal monitoring that we talked about earlier. We have our annual site visits that we do with our schools, and we also have our annual audit, which is the driver of our financial performance framework. So first, let's talk about Bluff City High School. So when we look at the academic performance framework for Bluff City High School, this is going to be the most complete performance framework that you're going to see because they were serving 9th and 10th grade. And so they had a lot of data for us to be able to analyze. The first bucket, which we have determined will weight 50%, looks at proficiency on end of course exams, growth, being TVOS, and chronic absenteeism. The second bucket is comparative performance. We took a philosophical view that we knew our schools were going to be compared to the district in which they are in, period. And therefore, we wanted to compare their proficiency to the resident district. There are other authorizers who say we're going to compare a school to similar schools that are like them in terms of demographics or geography or many different variations. We felt like from a transparency point of view that we felt like holding our schools accountable to being within 5 percentage points of the proficiency levels of their resident district, so below or above, would be meeting the standard on this area. Again, I think this is an area that you all can dig into and determine how, is this an important measure to have? How do you want to set the expectations around what's meeting the standard, particularly knowing that some of the schools that we serve are serving a population that is very high need. So we want to make sure that we're setting a bar that's holding a high bar, but a reasonable bar as well. And the third area is school culture. So here we're looking at suspension rate, we are looking at the attrition rate of students, and we're also looking at teacher retention. Again, these are areas that we felt from a philosophical perspective were important indicators beyond test scores that shows the health of a school. Next slide. So when we look at Bluff City, you'll see absolute performance on English language arts and in math. So these were for 9th and 10th grade. So you'll see that the English language arts performance is inclusive of English 1 and English 2. And the math is inclusive of Algebra 1 and Geometry. Now on this rating, you will see that based on the State Board's performance framework, they are falling far below standard. However, they have made significant progress from previous years. So in our conversations with Bluff City, we recognize that from an absolute performance, they're not where we want them to ultimately be, but their students are starting significantly far behind. And so the fact that we saw such significant improvement between year 1 and year 2, we were very pleased with them about. In growth, you will see that they were a TVOS level 5, which is the highest TVOS level they can be. This is the second year in a row that they've achieved a TVOS level 5, which is extraordinary and just demonstrates how far their students are having to move in order to meet the proficiency bar. Chronic absenteeism continues to be an area where the school is struggling, and I will say it's not atypical when we look at what high school chronic absenteeism is in Shelby County. I will say for context purposes, Shelby County's chronic absenteeism was a 30.4%. So certainly this is not where we want them to be. It is not where Bluff City wants to be, but we also recognize the context in which they are operating their school, and this is a constant conversation that we're having from them is how are they ensuring their outreach to their families to really lower that chronic absenteeism level. Next slide. Yeah.
Can you go back to that slide? I want to make sure that I understand, because I was one of the people who voted for Bluff City.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the current is 9% for English language arts. 9% of students in the school are at or above grade level, which sounds terrible. But if I'm reading this right, last year it was 2%.
Yes.
Is that correct? So they went from 2% on that and 2% on math to 7 and 5, or I'm sorry, 9 and 5.
Yes.
So, okay. So
Yes.
and that's why they're 5s and 2
Absolutely. And I think actually if we go to the next slide, it shows the comparative, which I actually think is really illustrative. So when you look at this is our comparative measure, and it says, how is Bluff City performing in comparison to all schools in Shelby County that tested English 1 and English 2? And you can see they meet the standard on this measure because only 12% of students in English 1 and English 2 in Shelby County were on track or mastered. So, and you will see in math, although they did not meet the standard, they are improving, and they are I think in one of their, I can't recall if it was geometry or algebra 1, they were very close to being within that 5 percentage point band. So when we're talking to Bluff City, as we annually do and performance data coming out, we are acknowledging the work that they are doing to move their students while still saying we need to continue to move, because although growth is important, achievement is still important too.
One other question. The question I asked in a lot of those appeals was, what are the schools that these students would be zoned for? Like, what are their numbers like? So does the board's framework look at that, or is it the district as a whole?
So we have chosen to do a district perspective. Number one, these are open enrollment schools, and although it's primarily a feeder pattern, we recognize that students across the district could enroll. We also believe that fundamentally, we as a district were going to be compared with how the students were doing in the district that they are located in. And I felt like I couldn't lower the bar by saying 12% proficiency is an acceptable bar for schools to be in. That's the philosophy the state board has taken. That's something for the commission to determine. But I also think that when we developed our performance framework, we recognized that we could theoretically be operating schools across Tennessee. And so thinking about how are you all setting thresholds for your performance framework that's going to meet the needs of all of those schools in very different contexts is something that is a challenging for a statewide authorizer to determine. Commissioner.
I'm just curious, if they were at 2% in what I'll call year one, where were they at year 0? As the students were coming in, what was the proficiency in ELA of the cohort?
I would have to look into that, but it was probably very, very low. I think it's important context knowing that the two primary feeder pattern schools are currently within the ASD, so they're in the bottom 5% priority school.
Okay.
And so that's, when we were evaluating the school for the board for approval, when we looked at the Green Dot as an operator, they primarily operate schools in California that are independent charter schools like Bluff City, so they're not zoned schools. So when you look at their student performance, they had very high levels of student performance as they moved kids into there and had them throughout their school. I think that when we're looking at, and I'm sure Dr. Carney will share this, the turnaround context is very different. And it's sometimes comparing the achievement is a little bit comparing apples to oranges. And this is something that you all as commissioners will face on appeal, particularly when you have operators that have existing schools within the ASD, is that when you're looking at an application and you're looking at a rubric that has data from existing operators, what do you determine as success for a school that's been operating in the context of a turnaround environment where they are taking over a bottom 5% school? Also, when we approved this school in particular, it was during a time in Tennessee where we did not have EOC data. We were lacking several years of quality data, so we had to really rely on the data that was within the turnaround context as well as out-of-state data. We're in a much better place today in terms of track records and data than we were previously, which will be helpful for you all.
One last question. Based on Bluff City's, proposal, where were they expecting to be in year 2 compared to where they really are?
I am happy to pull that. I do not have that exact information.
Maybe related to that, how do we ensure that we go far back enough? A great way to rig this is I start a school and I purposely tank, so we're at 0, so that for the next few years I'm level 5 because I continue to improve. How do we ensure that that doesn't happen, or at least that we can, as a commission, look back far enough to make sure that the numbers aren't rigged?
In terms of these
Performance, growth.
Well, for growth, you're relying obviously on the state assessment data. And I think this is a challenge that we see a lot of operators face when they're submitting an application. This is, I think, to the earlier question, is that they're setting very lofty goals. And then they get into the work and they realize that maybe those lofty goals are still important, but the students that they're serving, it's just a different context, a different conversation. So that's why we are regularly looking at, number one, we're in regular conversations with our schools about their student populations. We are actually going to Bluff City next week, where we'll be looking at interim data just to see how are they performing, what are they expecting on their next EOC data. We have annual end of year performance conversations. When we get our student performance data back in the summer, we are going in person to the school and to talking about what are you doing with this data? How are you changing it? How are you reflecting that? Because I think the challenge with that all school districts face is that but a lot of times by the time the data is public, we are now well into the school year. And so we really have taken it apart ourselves that we want to be having those conversations with our schools, good, bad, and ugly, before the beginning of the next school year to understand how they are really utilizing that data. And I think that's, the blessing and the curse of a 10-year charter term as Tennessee is that you're going to have 10 years worth of data. So that's why it's going to be incredibly important for you all to continue to be running these performance reports so that you're building your case one way or the other based on real students, real data, to be able to have those performance conversations with schools. Okay. Oh, did you?
Did the state school board as an LEA have, and I know you all only had a couple of schools, but I mean, one of the things that I know that the DOE has is they've got a target in a certain time frame where we want reading proficiency to be. Did the state school board as an LEA have a goal that all of the operators knew that they were striving for that was publicly stated?
So the performance framework is publicly stated. It is a conversation that we have. So they know that this is how they're going to be evaluated. The state also provides us annual measurable objectives that we as a district have and that are given to our schools. That is how one of the evaluations for the report card for schools is evaluated, of whether or not you met your annual measurable objective, did you make progress, etc. That's why we felt it was important that when there are letter grades, that we're using those as how we're grading our school, because we didn't want you over here shooting for this goal, but your letter grade's going to be for this goal. Well, then how do we put the two together? And I also think that one of the things we did when we were setting the thresholds for the performance framework was to look at statewide data and to look at the track record so that we could be determining, are we setting these performance thresholds in the right place? So I think as we get more and more data from TN Ready, one of the things I would encourage you all to do is to continue to revisit the thresholds to ensure that are you setting the bar in the right place? Do they need to be adjusted? Okay. And the last indicator here that we're looking at is school culture. So again, we're looking at a suspension rate for our schools. This falls far below standard. Based on our rating, it is actually very much in line with what the Shelby County suspension rate is. Shelby County suspension rate was 12.5%. This continues to be an area of focus for the school as we're thinking about how do we decrease discipline issues at the school. They do have a student attrition rate that is meeting the standard. That means they're keeping their students. So we are seeing them have relatively low mobility, which is really important, that we feel like if students are having a good experience, if parents are having a good experience, they're going to stay. And we know that keeping students in school is the most important aspect of student performance. We measure this attrition rate by how many students did you have October 1 versus October 1 of the next year. And it is a straight count. And so if a student leaves for whatever reason, they are counted in this attrition rate. We also count a teacher retention rate. This in particular, I think, is important that it has a very small in count. Last year, they had 2 grades levels of teachers. So although 71% of teachers returned, they had to meet a 75% return rate to get a meet standard here. So I think as we see the school fully grow out and build out, this rate will there will be less volatility in this rate, I think, for sure. So we put all of this together, we weight it based on certain categories, and when we look at this, we see that Bluff City from the academic standard does not meet the standard for this rating. You will see that I think what's balancing out is they have a very high TVOS level of growth, which we weight pretty significantly. I say the Department of Education on their report card also weights that pretty significantly, but they have a low academic performance rating, so that's what's balancing this out. So next, we're going to turn to KIPP Antioch College Prep. You will see a very different academic performance report card here because we're talking about one grade of kindergartners. You'll flip to the next slide. They actually just opened a brand new building on Murfreesboro Road here in Nashville. It is gorgeous. I know they would love for you to come out and see it. This is where they have actually both the elementary school and the middle school. It is a gorgeous facility, and we were able to celebrate with the governor in a ribbon cutting in the fall. So when we look at their academic performance data, you will see that they had relatively low amounts of data that we were able to evaluate. So they had chronic absenteeism, they had suspension rate, they had a student attrition rate, and a teacher retention rate. So what we did was we evenly distributed the weighting of all of this to 25% to get us up to the academic performance framework. So chronic absenteeism, they had a very low chronic absenteeism rate. That's not super surprising for kindergartners who require transportation to get to school. They do run their own transportation as well as parent engagement. I do think this is something that they're going to, I wouldn't say struggle with, but just as any school grows from grade level to grade level, you may see this chronic absenteeism rate tick up until you get full scale and they're able to kind of balance out what does actual chronic absenteeism look like. So obviously, absenteeism for kindergartners is going to look very different for fourth graders. So I want to warn you all that when you see this rate tick up in the next couple of years, I wouldn't be incredibly concerned just because it is going to be growing out grade by grade.
Quick question for you. So when you're mentioning the thresholds for chronic absenteeism, for example, and you said you kind of apportioned it 25% across those, do you just do it as a green equals 1, blue equals? So I guess what I'm wondering is if they were vastly better than you expected, would they get extra credit for that when you're doing the 25% times a number metric? Or do you just say if they're exceed standard, they get a 1 rating or a 2 rating? Or
So we have gone simple that's our philosophy. Simple is better. We evaluated, do we give them like graduated points depending on where they are? And we thought, no, if you exceed the standard, you're going to get 4 points. If you're meet, you're going to get 3. And then we weight appropriately depending on, so in this case, this is very easy because there are 4 indicators in the Bluff City. Since we weighted, let's say growth higher than chronic absenteeism, then the 4 means better than a 1. I think that's something for you all to discuss. There are certainly performance frameworks that are going to go into much more complicated calculations. I think what we wanted to make sure is, one, could we explain this to schools? Could schools be able to calculate it themselves? And could we explain it to the public? And so we didn't want to overcomplicate things such that we were not able to pretty easily communicate how a school was doing.
Thank you.
So you will see here, I'm sorry. Go.
I was just going to follow up on that. Did you disaggregate any of the data for special populations?
Yes, it's actually one of the things that we have asked schools to do as a part of their annual site visit that we're going to be seeing actually KIPP Elementary on Thursday, is that we want to see disaggregated data by subgroup. So not only achievement data, but also chronic absenteeism data. On the performance framework, we did not. In particular, one of the reasons that we did not is because the report card that the department will be issuing does take into consideration a large number of subgroups, both in terms of proficiency and growth. So we felt like that was going to be captured in the report card data as opposed to us needing to disaggregate that out.
Okay, great, thank you.
Student attrition rate, this is exceeding the standard, which is really impressive, especially because this school moved location. So it was in a different location at the beginning of the school year, and into this school year moved into a new location. So to see a relatively low attrition rate is very impressive. They did have a does not meet on their teacher retention rate. I would say same caveat here with one grade level of teachers. You're going to see this fluctuate. But I do think this is a focus for the operators to determine what does teacher retention look like and how are they really ensuring that they have staff that are in the building for the long term is something that we are continually in conversations with them about. So in totality, based on those 4 ratings, we saw that KIPP Antioch College Prep Elementary is meeting the standard in their academic performance. So any questions on the academic performance piece before we move into the other parts of the framework? Okay. So the financial and organizational frameworks, we have, for the purposes of this presentation, have combined them because they're going to cover the exact same thing. In our annual report, they are disaggregated by school. I will say you will not see much data to report on the financial performance framework because the audits are based on the previous fiscal year, so the one that ended June 30 of 2019, and we actually just recently received the charter schools audits in the last couple of weeks. So we are currently running those audits through our financial performance framework. This is why I think having those early indicators around a monthly reporting calendar, your annual site visits, et cetera, is incredibly important, simply because the financial data is so lagging that, to a certain extent, we're not having the financial conversations with schools until well into the next fiscal year. So this is what the financial performance framework ratings will ultimately be looking at. All of these are driven by the audit of the school with the exception of enrollment variance. The enrollment variance is what we are looking at when we say, what was the total enrollment that you budgeted for based on your June 1 budget, and how many students did you actually end up having? Because we know that's a primary driver of your budget. So we are able to get an early indicator in October of whether or not they're going to be hitting their enrollment variance. If we are seeing a wide disparity between what they budgeted and how many students they're actually getting funded for, we will go back to them and say, we need to see a revised budget, and we need to understand how you're providing the academic program based on these budgeted numbers. Currently, both of our schools met their enrollment variance, and I will say even this school year, all 3 of our schools are meeting or exceeding their enrollment targets. Enrollment, we are very, very lucky, has really not been an issue for our 3 schools at this time. The organizational performance framework, this is really the catch-all section where we're looking at alignment to federal law, state law, alignment to our reporting calendar. Both of our schools we are showing have very strong network performance. So we're seeing that they're complying with, for example, the rights around student disabilities. For there, we're looking at, are you keeping current on your IEPs? Are you drafting IEPs in a timely fashion? English learner rights, we're seeing, are you evaluating students appropriately? Are you providing their services appropriately? We're looking at government's requirements. Do you have a governing board? Are they meeting? Do you have a parent member of your governing board? Reporting requirements, we're looking at, are you meeting your monthly reporting calendar requirements? Are you lagging? I think that this in particular is an area where via our monthly reporting calendar and our annual site visit, we're getting early indications of if there are areas of concern. I think that sometimes organizational performance is the canary in the coal mine, that if you're a poorly organized school, and you are having difficulties with some of these fundamental areas, I think sometimes it's going to come through on the financial performance and your academic performance as well. And Steve, I don't know if there's anything else you want to.
You said it, I was nodding, that the organization, it's like the canary in the coal mine or a great temperature check to see also the relationship between the school leader and their board and ensuring that they're at arm's length with one another. But the organizational framework sometimes is dismissed for the academic framework, but it's equally important.
How are you determining that they're meeting standards for students with disabilities rights? Is that like a spot check on IEPs? Is that checking for
Yes.
OCR complaints, or what is that?
We have included additional indicators in our financial, in our performance framework about how we are evaluating specifically these organizational performance framework measures, because we wanted to make it very clear with our schools about how we are going to be looking at that. So, for example, we are looking at, are they like identification and referral? Are you referring in an appropriate timeline? Are your IEPs in place? Your Section 504 plans in place? That's via the Easy IEP platform. You're able to see pretty easily whether or not a school is complying. Also, as a part of our annual site visit, we do checks around implementation of special education services. So asking for a special education service delivery schedule, then going in and seeing are they delivering those services, as well as are they complying with any IDEA regulations around federal funds. That's what.
Okay, so, I mean, the reason I'm checking is
Yeah.
not because I don't think you're
Yeah.
doing it. I think it's just a really hard thing to monitor and make sure that it's happening, because a lot of times the paper looks great and then the implementation is where the, so when you say you're checking on timelines, or is that spot checking? You're not looking at every IEP and seeing what their timelines are?
No, so we have, our special populations coordinator has a regular monitoring schedule in which they're going into Easy IEP and randomly selecting IEPs or 504s, as well as a part of our site visit, we do a random selection so that we can check documentation and do, certainly we're not checking every IEP, but we feel like a random selection is helpful. We do that same thing with our EL student records. So we'll pick the selection of EL students and look to make sure, do you have a home language survey? Do you have the testing information for the student, as well to around the protecting the student rights of those students?
And is that an FTE? Is one person right now doing that, or is it like one piece of a person right now?
I would say that is one person
Okay,
that is doing that work.
thank you.
As a side note, part of the federal monitoring that they do, they also look at a sample of IEPs across the districts as well as part of their oversight as well. So there's oversight from Tess and her team, but also a layer at the department as well. It's at the department, but it's, yes. To report up to OSEP, yes.
And this is just the last part of the organizational performance framework where we're looking at attendance. So again, are they meeting their attendance goals? Are they ensuring that people are properly licensed and endorsed? Are background checks being run? Are they up to date in terms of health and safety? That's a part of our annual site visit where we're looking at required signage and are you ADA compliant and all of those other things as well. So we will complete the performance framework for both schools when we finalize the financial performance ratings on the annual audit. That will be coming in the next couple of weeks. And then I'll share with you our next steps. This is what we do every single year. Number one, we finalize that report as we shared. We will review the intervention policy to determine if we need to take any follow-up action based on anything that came up through the annual report. We have annual school site visits happening in February and March, which feed into our annual reports for the next school year. And then, as I mentioned, we do end of school year performance meetings after every school year. So July of 2020, when we will ask the school to reflect on their performance in the 2019-20 school year, as well as review any available achievement data that's come out through this year's assessments.
You may have said this, my apologies, but just given this is a learning for us, would we be able to participate in any of these site visits, just more as a fly on the wall, not to?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm happy to share. We're going to KIPP Antioch on Thursday. I know you'll have a busy week, but if you want to come, but we would love to have you all come in, as well as if you can't come, I'm sure the schools would welcome an opportunity to have you guys there in person at some other time.
I just want to, and this may not be the place for this conversation yet, but we're going to get there. You have a pretty small staff, and you have 3 schools, and there's a lot of work. So at some point, I mean, we're going to have to talk about the staffing up and what that looks like. And would you be, I'm sure I know the answer to this. I'm going to give you would you be open to having that conversation about what you feel like those needs are and what struggles you guys have had with a very small
Yeah,
staff?
absolutely, absolutely. Because I
Okay.
think finding the people who can wear a lot of hats is something that that we've had to think about, and then you all will probably have to think about as well in terms of managing those roles and responsibilities.
Right. I mean, because I can see with the 3 schools continuing to grow out, I mean, they each have a couple grades and they're continuing, that's one thing. But if, depending on what happens to the ASD, I mean, if we wind up with 20-something fully grown, turnaround, been failing for decades, schools, it's a very different animal for us to be able to figure out how to staff it appropriately. Yep.
And I think that's all for me.
I think this work is a critical part of our strategic plan in terms of making sure that all schools, no matter where students are attending schools, are able to attend schools that give them access to a high-quality education, give them support for all their needs, academic and non-academic, and that, of course, all schools are dependent on their educators. Teachers are by far the biggest impact on students within schools, and principals are probably right behind them. So this work with the Charter Commission touches on all parts of that. Today we're going to talk about a little bit of background and landscape on charter schools in Tennessee, talk through the students that are served by charter schools, their performance, and then an overview of charter research, especially focused on Tennessee research. A lot of this will be emphasis on the overview because there's been a wealth of research on charter schools over the past 30 years. And I'm not going to be able to touch on all of it, but hopefully I'll get to some of the high points that focus in on Tennessee. And I want to just start by saying that on our team, the research team, we have a norm of it interrupting whenever necessary. So if you feel like you have to stop me, if you have questions, I'll try to respond. But if not, then even better, because then we'll have more things to learn and study. So I'm happy to go back and try to learn more about things that I can't answer today. The charter landscape in Tennessee currently, there are about 38,000 students served across 116 charter schools in Tennessee. This is probably information that is at hand for all of you and you all know, but interestingly enough, it took me a little time to figure that out because we had some different numbers around. In fact, just a few weeks ago, there were 117 charter schools apparently, and some of the sources I first found were 117 and a few other numbers. So the school directory has, as of this moment, perhaps not yet been updated, as you see at the bottom there, but one school, Astor College Prep in Memphis, was recently closed. So just a little note to note that charter schools have, the data we have on them is not, it's a challenge sometimes to get that. So sometimes getting good, accurate data on charter schools is a challenge. To give you a sense, there's about just under 1 million students in Tennessee. So 38,000 students in charter schools. It's a much bigger percentage of the population than it was several years ago. And I'll go through some slides on that in a few slides, but it's still a relatively small proportion. It's about 4% of the total student population. These next couple of slides I put in here really for background. They're adapted from slides that Tess shared with you last month. I put them in partly to help me as I was preparing, and to leave them here for you to stop me and ask questions on anything that we needed to, but also kind of to set the stage for the performance findings that I'll share with you in a few minutes. The big takeaway here is just that the scope of charter schools in Tennessee, of course, has changed quite a bit from the time charters were authorized first in 2002, with a cap on the number of charter schools, and it was limited in terms of who could attend, to today when it's much more open and charter schools are available to serve students across the state. Current Tennessee charter school law, again, these are just some basics that I'm sure you all are more familiar with than I am, but I wanted to put them here as a way of setting the background for the performance and the population statistics that we'll look at in a few minutes. Key points here is that charter schools now are subjected to the same performance accountability standards as traditional public schools. A little note also about recent changes in charter school funding. There's $12 million that have recently been allocated to charter school facilities. So there's been a big investment in charter schools recently, and I think that's important to set the context as well. As we look at thinking about charter school performance, it's important to think about the kind of cost-benefit analysis. Obviously, this is not such an analysis, but just sort of a groundwork for that. This is the $6 million of that grant was distributed this past November, and the rest of it is going to be made available through competitive grants to schools dependent on their performance. All right, so the next part of this presentation, I'm going to talk through three main points. One, who are the students that charter schools are serving in Tennessee? What does their performance look like? And then what does the research tell us about charter schools in Tennessee? So the key points are here. Just as a quick overview to keep in mind as we go through, about 60% of students in Tennessee's charter schools are economically disadvantaged, which is quite a bit higher rate than students across the state. And over 90% of the students in charter schools are students of color. So again, that's quite a bit higher than students across the state. The performance of charter schools varies quite a bit, from the lowest to the highest value-added level, and quite a bit from school to school, both from an achievement standpoint and a growth standpoint. Student attendance at charter schools, we'll look into it a little more depth, but it's similar overall to traditional public schools. Discipline varies a bit. There are fewer incidents of discipline in charter schools overall, and charter schools tend to suspend at higher rates for violations. So they're more likely to suspend a student who violates a school rule, but they overall have fewer incidents. And then the research overview, we'll go into in a lot more depth, but the big picture there is that the results are mixed and they vary depending on how you look at them. They vary depending on what outcome you're looking at. And there are also some challenges in terms of generalizing results.
Can I ask
It's important to take care of.
where the data came from on the discipline, fewer incidents, but suspended at a higher rate? Because the data that I've seen is not consistent with the fewer incidents in Tennessee charters.
That is from our internal administrative data, but I will be happy to look back into that. And there's some slides about these takeaways that we'll go into more depth on.
Great.
But, I'd be happy to look at that and check with what
All right, the
what you have.
data I've seen is from the civil rights data collection,
Okay.
so I would love to see what this data is.
I'll make a note of that and
Thank you.
hope, correct that if it's incorrect. So students served. This is just a bar graphs of the openings and closings of charter schools over time. So first starting with the number of schools, you can see that the growth of charters in the state has been pretty steady and dramatic. We're now up to 116 charter schools in the state. Notice also that this data goes up to 2018. So most of the data I'm sharing now is only up to 2018. The 2019 report on charter schools is not quite finalized. Some of the data we're still waiting on. So most of the data I'll share with you on charter performance is only up to 2018. So that's where the number here is a little different. It's I think if you can see the bottom one, it's about 102 charter schools in 2016-17 and 110 the next year.
Hey, Kevin.
So, yes.
Just really quick, what happened in 2017 with the openings? There seemed to have been a trend line up, and then it was just a giant drop off in 2017. Is there?
It's a good question.
There was just a movement statewide to not permit new ones?
Nationally.
Oh, nationally.
I would agree with that.
And I also think in particular, Shelby County went through an evaluation by the National Association of Charter School Authorizers of their authorizing practices and implemented a more rigorous application review process than they had previously seen in the past. And so I think in addition to what was happening within Nashville, as well as the increased rigor within Shelby County, then led to specifically a drop-off in approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Is that also the same year that Shelby County rolled out the iZone in 2016, which would have reflected in 17 when they did more intensive fixes inside schools that were failing to start turning them around?
No, the iZone
was earlier.
no, iZone was much
Yeah.
sooner than twenty
Yeah,
sixteen.
iZone was earlier. I don't know the exact year off the top of my head, but
I think it was
definitely
13,
been about- Yeah, about that. This next slide actually kind of hints at some of that, I don't think it gives the answer to that question, but you can see that overall, historically, Tennessee has set a high bar for approval. So whatever changed in 2017, it actually, the number of new applications and the proportion approved there, 4 approved out of 21, is not that different from what happened in 2003, for instance. So the numbers bounce around a bit, but in all years, there's a lot more applications than the ones that are being approved. So
Can I ask, the 2011,
Mhm.
20 state board appeals and 15 approved, is that accurate?
Yes, that is based on substantial negative fiscal impact. The vast majority, I think all of those were from Shelby County. There was one incident where in 1 year, Shelby County denied, I think, all of their applications with the exception of a few because of substantial negative fiscal impact. At that time, the state treasurer was responsible for reviewing that, and the state treasurer did not find substantial negative fiscal impact, and that was the only reason for denial. So in that sense, the state board then overturned those decisions.
And that was before we were the state, that was before the
That's-
state board was an authorizer, so those were remanded back to Shelby County.
Correct.
Okay, that's where I was confused.
Yes.
right, so in this case, the state board of appeals are to, they still were authorized by the district, not by the state board at that point. Yeah. So overall, this, if you crunch the numbers, it's 35% of charter school applications have been approved by the respective local Board of Education. 31% of charter school appeals to the state board have been successful. So in 2011, that's an anomaly, but overall, the state board has been about as strict as the local LEAs. So, I think, can we go back one? I think there's one. Yeah. So, again, a few notes there. From 2002 to 2014, the state board received 60 new start appeals, overturned the decision in 35%. And from 2014 to 2018, they received and approved 5 applications, or 18% out of the 27. So I think the big takeaway here is that from the start of charters in Tennessee, the state of Tennessee at all different levels has been pretty strict in terms of approving charters. So set a high bar, and it's been consistently a high bar. We can look now at research that tells us what does that mean, and what are the impacts of setting that high bar, and is that a good thing, and has that had positive impacts on students? These next few slides are going to go through some information, some more about what is the population served by charter schools. So on average, charter schools are smaller than district-run schools. You can see the top slide there, the top bar graph there is on grade K through 8, and the bottom one on high schools, grade 9 through 12. And in both cases, charter schools have substantially smaller student populations on average. Again, this is 2017-18 data, but things haven't changed drastically since then. The grade configurations, charter schools kind of span the gamut from elementary, middle, and high schools, with a little bit more of an emphasis on middle and high school than the population of schools overall across the state. Across the state, there are more elementary, of course, than high schools, generally smaller. And here's an illustration of charter school enrollment. I think this helps show how, even though the state has set a high bar for approval, we've still made pretty dramatic gains in terms of the student population that are being served by charter schools. So you can see over 600% growth is that's what that bar graph or that line graph shows. So we certainly are serving a much larger percentage of students through charter schools than just several years ago. Charter enrollments by district also show something that probably wouldn't be apparent on the face of it, which is that Metro Nashville now is serving a population of students within charter schools that's getting closer to the population served by Shelby County. So we've often times thought about Shelby County as being the big driver of charter schools in the state, and it still is with 51 charter schools and the largest population of students within charter schools. But you can see the percent charter enrollment of Metro Nashville is getting close to this, a percent of Shelby County there. These next couple of slides are important to set the context of all the performance that we're going to look at. Charter schools in Tennessee do not serve the same students as other schools in Tennessee. They serve a population that differs quite a bit. So they serve larger proportions of disadvantaged students, both by race and ethnicity, and also by percent economically disadvantaged. You can see, and I apologize, the slides you have in front of you are not color-coded, but the bottom line on both of those is the district-run schools. So you can see a pretty substantial gap.
And
I'm gonna.
Is that
Go ahead.
change, I'm sorry, is that change at 2015, that's when the law changed, right? Where students didn't have to be economically disadvantaged or from a priority school?
Correct. Yes, there's two things going on there. One, the law changed how we classified economically disadvantaged. So prior to that, it was based on access to free and reduced lunch, and now it's the term is direct certification. So basically, if you qualify as a recipient of SNAP or TANF, or you're in foster care or any other direct services, then you're classified as economically disadvantaged. The other big difference there, and you can see it in the percent students of color as well, students disadvantaged minorities, the left graph, the population of district-run schools changes quite a bit because in that year 2015, 16, that's when Knox County got their first charter school. So Knox County, as a population, has a much lower percentage of students of color compared to Shelby County or Metro even. So that changes the comparison group. So it kind of illustrates the fact that the comparison group that we're looking at changes quite a bit. At the same time, there's only one charter school in Knox County, so the population of charter schools doesn't really change appreciably there. But now we have a fourth big district in there. So it changes the population of the district-run comparison schools.
This seems to run counter to what, obviously when I got appointed to this, I heard from a lot of my friends who are in the traditional education system. And one of the arguments they were providing to me as to why charter schools are not the best idea is that they cherry pick the best and the brightest.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be, but what I'm seeing is that they may be cherry picking the best and the brightest, but they're also serving disproportionately minority students and students from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Correct.
It may very well be the best and the brightest.
They may very well be the best and the brightest, and they may very well be cherry picking within those student populations, and that's something that we're going to touch on a little bit. Though I don't think I'll have the answer for that question, but people have been researching that question quite carefully because it is a big concern for a lot of people. Go ahead.
I was just say, I hope we will delve into that discussion
Yes.
more because from the charter schools I've worked with, those children who come in are significantly behind 2 and 3 years reading level, so it's hard to define that as cherry picking, but that's where I get a little defensive about that term. But
Well,
I'm glad that
It's
we'll
an
be-
open question
exactly.
that a lot of people are looking at, so it's an important one to
I mean,
address.
if the data that I've seen is true, that students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds tend to not have as good an outcome, then it's hard to convince me that the charter schools are systemically cherry picking students. That doesn't appear to, the data does not appear to me to be what has been articulated as a reason why charter schools are a bad idea. And that's just an observation I'm making. I'm shocked at the gap.
I would just add, I think some of the argument is around that it's more engaged parents, and so those are the parents that are going to help their kids more. I think that's where the argument has nuance to. But and we don't need to get into this philosophical debate, but where I have a problem with the cherry picking is it's assuming that children are being stolen from one place and forced to another, as opposed to families who are making a choice.
Fact. No,
So
I
that's where the
completely agree
cherry
with that.
picking really bothers me. It's more like these families are making, like they're moving on their own. Nobody's kidnapping.
So I'm clear, I'm not making.
Yeah,
the
no.
cherry-
I'm not thinking that you are. I'm just saying that whole
narrative.
line of reasoning assumes that these folks don't have free will. So, but that's another day.
No, that's
Great
great,
point.
because
That's a
that's
great point.
actually an issue that we're gonna be talking about it as we look at the research and how to interpret it and how to think about the inferences that we draw from just performance, the raw performance. That issue of cherry picking, or it's sometimes called cream skimming or skimming, there's a lot of different terms for it, but it's certainly one that we should keep in mind. This certainly doesn't support that on the face of it. I would wanna say that it is certainly possible or plausible that one could be doing, there could still be cherry picking within a population that's overall less economically advantaged, because charter schools, again, are still serving a very small percentage of the population. So you could be serving a much higher need population and then getting the most motivated or the other students there. But I think some other slides will help us illustrate that in a little bit better, a little bit clearer. So yeah, we can go on. Charter schools, however, do serve lower proportions of students with disabilities and English learners. You can see on the slides on the left that the population of students in these two slides, the charter schools are on the bottom of the darker blue line, and charter schools have increased their proportion of English language learners that they're serving has increased quite a bit over the years. So at this point, the gap is quite small, but back just a few years ago, the gap was pretty substantial between the district-run schools and charter schools in terms of the percent of English language learners. The percent of students with disabilities is something that has remained pretty steady at about 2 or 3% difference. So that's also something that we can look at later. That's definitely a criticism that has been leveled at charter schools, that they're serving fewer students with disabilities. Okay. This is just a breakdown of the student populations by district. One thing you can see here is if you look at Knox County, the district-run schools are 71% white, 16% black. So you can see, thinking back a couple of slides ago when we saw how the district-run school population changed, Shelby County, on the other hand, is 75% African-American and 8% white. So when Knox County becomes part of the comparison group in these slides, it changes the demographics quite a bit. I'll pause here for a second. If anyone, good. Okay. You have these slides, so you can certainly ask other questions. These slides on performance, then, the reason I wanted to set the context there, the background, we should take these with a grain of salt, because the performance that I'm going to show you is charter schools compared to district-run schools. Tess was just talking about that as the comparison group for the state board, the way they're evaluating charter schools, and that's a very common metric. From a research standpoint, it's very difficult to say what the exact right comparison group is, but you can see based on the prior slides that district-run schools are very different from the charter schools that they are being compared to. So we want to keep that in mind as we look at this comparison. Charter school performance on average is lower than district-run schools, but again, they're serving a different population. So this is 2017-18. You can see in most subject areas that the percent of students that are on track or mastered is higher in the district-run schools. So Algebra 1, we have almost 20% of students in district-run schools that are on track or mastered. In the charter schools, it's just a little bit over 10%. These numbers broken down by district in this table, you can see that the numbers vary quite a bit across districts as well.
Ask why you have the asterisk in Algebra 1, Algebra 2 for Metro Nashville? Do you know why they're,
Let's see.
for district-run schools?
Oh, yeah.
Integrated math.
Algebra 1, Algebra 2, district run, yes, they are doing integrated math there, so I guess we could, it's kind of hard to,
Okay.
apples
Yep,
to apples
apple.
comparison there, so we left it out there, but we could probably get those numbers and you could compare them with a grain of salt, I guess.
What I find interesting here is metro schools on every category, charters are higher performing than the district-run schools. And Metro's authorizing practices were pretty rigorous. Now, Tess mentioned a few minutes ago that Shelby County changed their authorizing practices at some point to become more rigorous. Did I make that up?
They underwent an evaluation by NACSA a couple of years ago, and I think based on that have been moving to make a more rigorous application process.
Okay. I'd be curious if they're not there yet, I'd be curious to compare the schools that are under sort of NACSA best practice authorizing versus the charters that are not. I think you would see a pretty, I mean, if you don't have high standards and you don't have quality authorizing practices, you're not gonna have quality, you're gonna struggle. So I think that might be where we're seeing that.
Would it be reasonable to conclude, I mean, maybe it's not a good idea to reach any conclusions from this particular data, as Kevin was saying, but if you look at Hamilton County, if you look at Algebra 1, the charter schools were underperforming relative to the district schools. By Algebra 2, they're overperforming relative to the districts, and then when the students are entering, they're underperforming, but by the time they get to the advanced course, they're actually doing better than the district schools. And if you look at the same things happening with English 1, 2, and 3, they're the same at English 1. By English 2, the charter school's outperforming, and by English 3, the spread's even greater. So for the advanced course, it's almost like the students are progressing faster in the charter school than they are in the district school. Or, I don't know if faster is the right word, but they're just progressing.
So a couple, I'm not saying that that's necessarily wrong, but I would say that you can't quite make this argument from this data because this is all 1 year. So these are different kids taking the English 2 and English 3 than the ones who are taking, it's not one cohort progressing through. But I see you're thinking like it's a hypothesis that could be looked at, and it is something that in other research people have made that case that charter schools performance has been tending to get better over time. So
Do you have the data that looks at cohort and age effects?
I do not have that for Tennessee, no.
Would TVAS data show that?
PVAS would show the growth, yes.
That's cohort, that's cohort growth or
yes.
like an assumed cohort?
Yeah.
Okay, so that could support
Right.
what
it could
Alan's saying.
Yes. So TVAS, setting me up for the next slide very nicely. TVAS scores do show wide variance in charter school growth. From, you can see schools both in the highest end and the lowest end of the growth metric. So from this 1 year snapshot in time, it's hard to take anything away from saying that yes, charter schools are growing more or less than district-run schools. The charter schools there are in blue. Looking at a few other outcomes that we care about outside of standardized test scores, attendance looks quite similar across sectors. This is high schools. you can see that charter schools have just slightly lower chronic absenteeism rates. In elementary, they're even more similar. It's not shown here, but basically, probably too similar to say there's any real difference here. But, it's not worse, certainly. Discipline rates, this was the question you had asked before. That's the next, okay, so discipline rates, go.
Kevin,
Go back?
me again.
No problem.
Going back to that last slide, you've got the graduation rates, but is there a metric that we could look at in addition to that that has preparedness rate? Like, in other words, do we track what % of the kids that graduate from district-run schools and charter schools require remediation at the next level?
Good question. We do have our P20 data system that we could potentially look into what are the outcomes, beyond high school, at college enrollment, percent in remediation classes. In fact, so there's definitely some research that's been done on that. I don't think anyone that I know of has looked at that particular question, but it's a
I'm
good
just
one.
speaking for myself. I mean, my colleagues may have a different perspective, but the graduation rate is obviously important to me. But I'm actually much more interested in seeing what % of the kids that are graduating college or career ready.
Would ACT be a reasonable proxy?
I think that the colleges, I think there's got to be a way, and I think there's a way for us to find out those that do go to college, how many of them require remediation.
There's the Ready Graduate metric that the state uses.
That's correct. And so
Okay.
another piece that we're now tracking in our new Best for All strategic plan is really how many students are persisting 2 years out of high school. And part of that, I know in the former data collection in the P20 system, there was a collection of remediation as it relates, but they're two different data systems. But that is part of what we're tracking with the Ready Graduate Indicator and the accountability model.
It's something I'm interested in. If we're
It's a
going.
good question, and it's definitely something that in the past, we've looked at the SAILS program, which I'm forgetting the acronym, but it was an initiative to try to improve outcomes for students who needed remediation and try to take a different approach for them in their early college years. So there's definitely been some interest in Tennessee in studying that group of students who are identified as needing remediation, and looking at how that lines up with charter school outcomes would be interesting. Next thing is discipline rates. So discipline rates, this is a question that we're going to look into in a little more depth, but here's the more nuanced look at it. And I'd be curious if you have thoughts on this, Ms. Tucker, if there's any
So,
other ways that this varies.
Yes, so the rates that are from the CRDC data, now they lag. It's 15-16 data because the civil rights data collection takes that long to get reported to the feds and then for the U.S. Department of Ed to report it out. But they're more than double this in Tennessee. Tennessee is the second worst for charters, at least one of out-of-school suspension. Was it 20? I just showed this to you, 22, 24%. In 15-16. And so maybe they've improved dramatically, but the trend line from the last two reports of CRDC did not indicate, it was all in compliance with that very high number. So I'd be curious to see where these numbers come from and why they're not matching.
I'm also curious. I'll look at that. So you said that was around 24% in 2015-16?
I can send you
send
the
me,
report
that'd be great.
that disaggregates, it's by state, but yeah.
So maybe we'll put this on hold as a conclusion until we.
And I also think one thing that we've run into a lot is the definition of these terms and how, so for example, are we talking about one student multiple times? Are we talking about is it only counted? And so I think, and so I just want to, because I know that's something we have run into, how the state count suspension can be a little.
That may be the answer, because this says number of students, and it's number of, percentage of out-of-school of at least one out-of-school suspension. So it may be like some students receiving multiples, so
That
it
could
could
be.
be,
That
that could
could-
be where
that
it
could
is.
be
Thank
where
you,
the
Tess.
differences
But
are different.
I'll bug you later.
Well, can I ask, this goes in the category of sometimes it's better to remain quiet and be thought a fool than to speak up and remove all doubt. So forgive me if this is a dumb question. is out of school suspension determined, a higher out of school suspension rate determined to be a bad thing? Because when you're in a smaller school versus a larger school, you in a larger school, I guess my question is, if you're taking disciplinary steps, and there's consequences to behavior, is that a bad thing? Or versus a larger school where misbehavior may not be caught, and the suspension rates and discipline rates may be lower because there's just so many more people.
That, I mean, this is a debate we should have over drinks while not discussing board business, but, or commission business. But, I mean, I would say, first of all, students are losing academic time is one problem. The second problem is when you overlay race, poverty level, disability, the disproportionality is insane. And so, high numbers, without being disaggregated, are a red flag to look at those numbers.
Okay, I'm not arguing this
No,
is
no,
risen.
no.
I just was curious
Yeah.
how the sort of establishment views high discipline rates. So I guess I'm just sort of, when I see a school taking aggressive action to deal with disciplinary issues, I kind of view that as a positive thing. But I also understand what you're saying.
Right.
So
I see.
I get
Yeah.
that.
I think the behavior is communication perspective is the one I use, and so I'd rather see schools address what the underlying issues are and keep kids in school.
One other clarifying point there, it's become such an issue that it's a data collection for the Office of Special Education Programs for significant disproportionality for exclusionary discipline. And it requires districts to take a certain corrective action in places where the suspension expulsion rates are significantly disproportionate to all students. So it's definitely something that has like implications to, as Wendy pointed out, to learning, but it's also something that is flagged nationally within the supports of the U.S. Department of Education for students with disabilities. So it's a big data collection point and one we should be thoughtful of.
Okay, thank you.
Guess I'm looking at everybody at this point, just to answer this one. Based on this, do charter applications, do they basically give an escalation plan? Because it looks like the first step is out-of-school suspension. They don't go to in-school suspension first based on these percentages. Is that something that probably needs to be looked at, is that there's an escalation plan for that student? First step being, let's keep them in school, even if it's in-school suspension, so they don't have that lost time. Next step would be out of school, last step being expulsion. That seems like everything's a little out of order there.
Let's hold your question and the answer, Dr. Schaff, because I think the governor just arrived.
Oh,
Okay?
sure.
Thank you. Welcome, Governor. We really have been working, but we knew you were coming. Right up.
Hey, oh gosh, I feel like I'm so far away from you. How about if I don't do it? It's on? She's gonna make me do a mic, isn't she? I feel like I'm way too far away from this group of dedicated people. Thank you for giving me a second just to say hello. Thank you, Tom, for leading and for your, for each of you, whether you've come from previously state board, elected officials, business leaders, whatever your background is, and I know the background of everybody on this board, I'm grateful. On this commission, I'm grateful. And you've heard my story about the old kid that I mentored from the inner city that led to a real passion for public policy around education. My interactions with that kid and his education and his subsequent educational outcome as a result of a charter school probably had as much to do with ultimately me running for governor as any one issue. That led to an appointment to the Higher Education Commission and started having interaction with state government. That, along with criminal justice reform work. But I had exposure to the profound impact that public charters can make in the life of a kid. one of the reasons when I got into office that I wanted to strengthen that charter school network, because it just provides parents another option and another choice and another opportunity for their kids to be successful. So thank you. I know you all feel I'm preaching to the choir on that, but thank you. I'm excited about the fact that we have an independent authorizing commission board to do this. It'll allow us to close bad charter schools quicker, which we all recognize. There are reasons to close charter schools that aren't performing the way they are. There are reasons to open models for a good charter school more efficiently and more effectively to get them online. It's a highly accountable model that we seek. And this is going to be a real way to do it more effectively. So thank you for that. I'm also encouraged in the work together with the legislature to produce funding for facilities. That's going to be a real help for those schools. All of those efforts combined, at the end of the day, are going to provide an opportunity for some kids who didn't have it otherwise. They're going to get access to a higher quality education. Their lives are going to be changed. Most of these are going to come from disadvantaged environments in our toughest spots, and giving those kids an opportunity that they might not have otherwise, it's part of what makes me want to get up and do this job every day. And I know that's why you're on this. I know that's why you've accepted it. I know that's why you drive from 3 grand divisions and make the difficult journey to be here. And we've only just begun, but we have great work to do. So thank you. Thank you very much for it. Anybody got any question or comment they want to make? Tom, Leader, Alan, any of you? All right.
Well, Governor, I'll make one comment. I think you made a great selection with the people on this commission. I think you're going to find, we know this now, I think already it is a good group that works together very well, that brings a lot of different experiences, as you said, around the table. And I just applaud you for the selection that you made by bringing us all together.
Thank you. It is a very very good group of folks that have a lot of different, from my view, and as we started putting it together, had a lot of different strengths and unique giftings. You're really different. I'm sure you all, have looked at each other's backgrounds, and you're all very different. But that's a really good thing. It's going to allow for a diverse group. Yes, Alan.
Governor, I would, we're sitting here looking at a lot of statistics, and of course, behind all these numbers are kids. And I just, speaking for myself, and I'm pretty sure most people would agree with this. I mean, if we fail one of these kids, that's a 100% failure rate.
That's right.
For that kid. And
right.
I think you've got a sense of urgency from the folks, from the conversation we've been having all day. There's a sense of urgency here, and I think we stand ready to do what it takes to fight for these kids. So.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it very much. So,
Eddie, would you like to finish your question? You were close to the end of your question when I said the governor is here, so.
No, so I guess the question at its core, do most of these charter schools have an escalation plan so that they're moving up kind of a sequence? Going back, just to restate.
Yes, so a required component of the application is their discipline policy. So you are reviewing that upon review of the application. From a state board perspective, we're also collecting that information as a part of the annual policy audit so that we can confirm that it is within the state rules and federal rules and that due process is being provided. I will say an autonomy that is afforded to charter schools is that how they implement discipline and how that fits into the academic model is a decision for the school, so long as it fits within the framework of the state and federal law.
Can I ask if you, if not right now, but if you could get the data of one or more out-of-school suspension for this 17-18 year? Because I do, I mean, I think it's important to know that 9.6% of charter school students had at least one disciplinary action. But if, you know, if a bunch of those students missed weeks of school because they were constantly being suspended, I think that the percentage of out-of-school suspensions is a different layer of that.
Yes, I think it's, you know, we can connect on that. It's a good question. And you're right, this is just a snapshot. It's not, it doesn't tell the whole story. To respond also to Alan, what you had said earlier about the question of whether these are bad things or, you know, I mean, a broad question. Yes, there's a lot of evidence for that, but also to me, it reminded me of the question of, you know, correlation versus causation. So there's a correlation between out-of-school suspensions and bad outcomes for students in a lot of different things. But is it the getting suspended that's causing that, or is that a proxy measure for the behavior that caused it? So I think that it varies across contexts, and I think that there's certainly, you know, there's a rationale behind trying to think about how do we design discipline policies to respond to behaviors that we're trying to mitigate and trying to help students change.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I have a couple slides here that are, I want to say, they're not random, they're purposefully selected, but they are random in the not statistical sense, in the sense more widely used in the English language, which is that I don't want you to take anything away from these as these being really good or really bad schools. I just pulled up some really broad numbers to show the bigger point, which is that charter school performance varies quite a bit. You have charter schools that are at a 1 with only 5% of students who are mastering, you know, on track or mastery in math, and you have charter schools that are getting 75% of their students on track or mastery in math, and it's all over the place. So I just pulled up a few in different contexts to kind of make that case, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned that these schools themselves, I don't think I have enough information to hold up Valor Flagship Academy as definitely being great, although I've heard a lot of good things about that school, nor to say that Chattanooga Charter School of Excellence is like, that's a bad school in any way. In fact, if we go to the next slide, the Chattanooga Charter School of Excellence in the following year, you'll notice the year changed here, 2019 now, it's now a 5 on TVAS. So the year before it was a 1, and this year it's a reward school and it has a TVAS level of 5. So charter school performance varies across schools, and it also varies from year to year. And school performance does do that. Another thing to note about that, Chattanooga Charter School of Excellence is a K-5 school, so their TVAS rating is just going to be based on their the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade scores. So it's a smaller, you know, it's not all 413 students there, and that means that their performance might bounce around a little bit more because it's based on a smaller group of students. So again, I don't want to put too much weight on any one of these particular examples, but just to say we can look for and find some examples of schools, charter schools that appear to be doing really well with the students that they are serving. All right, so this is the part where I'm going to start to pull away from the performance in Tennessee. Although some of this research is done in Tennessee, I tried to focus heavily on research in Tennessee. Give an overview of what charter school research tells us. These first couple of slides, I wanted to set the context on what are the difficulties. Charter school research has been, it's been an active field for about 30 years now, and the findings have been refined over time. And there's also been a number of difficulties that researchers have faced in trying to get estimates that they can feel confident about. The first of these is it deals with the idea of selection bias. So some of the best, the most reputable studies you'll find on charter schools use lotteries. So if you have an oversubscribed school, meaning there's more parents who want to send their kids to that school than there are slots in the school, they'll typically hold a lottery to allow students in. That allows an opportunity for researchers to say any student who got into the charter had a chance of not getting in. So we can compare the performance of the students who got in out of the lottery versus the students who applied but didn't get in. And because the lottery is random, we can believe that those two students, not those two by themselves, but those two groups of students are on average the same, both in their observable characteristics, but also the things you can't measure. So that should give us a good estimate of whether the charter school is doing better or worse than the comparison schools where those school students who didn't get the lottery, where they went to school. The difficulty with this kind of study is that not all charter schools are oversubscribed. So there's an active question about whether the results for those schools can generalize to schools where they don't have oversubscription. So you would imagine that a charter school that has a lot of people wanting to go to it probably has a reputation for being a good charter school, and it might not be that the results from that charter school or those groups of charter schools that are oversubscribed could apply to other schools that are not oversubscribed. So that's just something to be aware of as you're finding research, as you see people sending you studies that say, this proves that charter schools are doing this. This is an issue, I think, to be aware of when you're looking at a lottery-based study. The next thing to think about is that there are, as I mentioned in terms of the lottery studies, a lot of comparisons between groups are going to compare the charter school performance to the performance of students in some other group of schools that they want to say are similar. But charter school students and traditional public school students and their parents and families, they might differ in a lot of different things. So even if they look similar in terms of demographics, the question that we talked about kind of at the beginning around, are they cream skimming? Are they cherry picking the best students? A lot of that question arises because charter school students are students who are choosing to go to those schools. So you'll oftentimes hear the argument that those students are more motivated. You can also, if you look into it in more depth, you might find people saying, well, those students actually have access to resources that other students might not have, such as transportation, information. They might actually have, their family knows about these schools. They know that they have these access to go to these charter schools, and other school students might not. They might differ in terms of their engagement or their persistence, their sense of grit. That's something that's been studied quite a bit recently in research about how do students, basically what are their non-academic factors, their character, the things that motivate them and keep them working hard through obstacles. So these are important things to keep in mind. It's also notable that research methods can account for these in better and worse ways. So a randomized approach should be able to control for those unmeasured differences. There's another method of using student fixed effects where you're looking at the same student's performance before they were in a charter school and then after they're in a charter school. Again, that should account for those kinds of unmeasured differences. But there's an active debate about it, so it's good to keep that in mind. Because of these differences in research approaches, the outcomes from research on charter schools varies quite a bit, just like the performance of charter schools varies quite a bit. Overall, there's about as much variation within the charter school sector as there is within the traditional public school sector. There's variation by the type of charter authorizer. There's variation by the student population that's served. And there's also variation by the type of charter management organization. I see. So those are some of the citations there showing that kind of variation. But the big picture finding here is just that depending on various factors about those particular charter schools, the outcomes can differ quite a bit. So research here in Tennessee showed that charter school authorizers had an impact on the type of student achievement outcomes that we're seeing. Other research has shown that depending on who you look at, if you're looking at charter school performance for elementary students, it looks different than middle school students. So depending on how you compare from the charter school performance to the traditional public school, it can differ. And the last citation there is also in Tennessee, looking at the ASD charters and thinking about how within the charters in the ASD, there's differences in terms of whether they are national charter management organizations, local charter management organizations, or if they were independent charters. So there's a lot of different ways that within the charter school sector, there's variance as well. It's not just that there's overall variance, but you can break it down by specific factors that that are different. So. One of the things that is probably most valuable to this commission is that there has been quite a bit of research done within Tennessee on charter school performance. This is the most recent and the most relevant study available. You can see the link there at the bottom. There's been some research on charter schools focused on Memphis from researchers at Stanford. And you can see the outcomes here look quite a bit different than what I was showing you before on performance. So overall, charter schools in Shelby County, they're performing lower than the district average. But in terms of a comparison group of students, based on this research method, they're outperforming their traditional public school peers in reading in 2016-17 at least. A little bit weaker math gains, significantly weaker math gains compared to traditional public school students. But you can see that here the outcome from this research shows something very different than what I showed you before. And that's because the methodology here is different. So this study is looking at comparing students within charter schools to matched students based on their demographics and their prior performance. So instead of just comparing them to, even though it says similar to the state average, what they're saying is that similar to students who were like them on these observable characteristics, students in charter schools performed similarly to the state average of students like them in reading and again in math. So you can see that depending on what you choose as the comparison group, it can have a big impact on what your conclusions are that you pull from it. Any questions here? This same study also found that outcomes differed by charter type. So again, like the other study I mentioned here in Tennessee, charter types are performing differently. So the Memphis Charter Management Organization performed similar to the state average in reading, but underperformed the state average in math. Independent charter schools in Memphis performed stronger than the state average in reading, similar to the state average in math. And students in charter management organizations that are national charter management organization, they lag behind students in independent charter schools. So I don't think that there's enough information from this one study to say, okay, well, independent charter schools seem to be doing better, so let's close all the Memphis charter management organizations. It's not that conclusive, but you can start to see that different charter types, different charter authorizers are having some different impacts. So researchers have been starting to get to the bottom of some of the questions that might be more relevant for the commission to consider in terms of what are factors that we should be looking at when we're looking at new applications or when we're looking at other performance of charter schools.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
I'm going back, and I'm not going to remember the numbers about teachers and what I'm going to call teacher retention or teacher turnover. I'd be interested when you look at these two, if you've got any data that says for math, what was the teacher retention in that course in first the CMO and then in the independent charter schools? I'd like to know if, in fact, what I believe is that a relationship with a teacher is very important. As that teacher stays there and stays and is more involved with that student, does that impact the outcome that we're going to see in a test score? And I just would like, if you can find the data at some point, would like to know, particularly in those areas that are measured, reading, English, and in math, what are the teacher retention numbers in those areas?
I think that's a great question, and I don't have that in terms of these results here in Memphis, but what I will say is that the recent research on ASD and the iZone schools comparing, of course, it's related to the question of charters. It's not exactly the same because, of course, the ASD has some charters and some direct run, so the comparison is kind of muddled, which is why I chose to not put that in here. But some of the conclusions that research showed was that the underperformance of ASD in comparison to iZone schools, which most of you are probably familiar with that research, that a lot of that was linked to higher rates of turnover in the ASD schools. So if they were to account for, if it weren't for the higher turnover, then the ASD performance, they were saying, would have been higher. So certainly there's evidence to support what you're saying, which is that if teachers are turning over, then that's going to have a negative impact on students, especially if they're in the ASD, they've suffered from some pretty high turnover rates. So that's been a pretty substantial challenge that they've faced. So that may be something that has a factor in this as well. These last couple slides are about a couple of recent meta-analyses. So a meta-analysis is a more scientific way of looking at what I'm doing right now, which is doing an overview of all the research in the area. So from a meta-analytic standpoint, what the researchers are doing is taking all the studies around charter school impacts and aggregating up to say, what is the average impact? What is the average effect that you're finding across all these studies? And they're going to take different techniques to try to find what are the high quality studies and not include or maybe downgrade the studies that they consider to have weaker evidence. But this kind of approach gives us a good overview of what is broadly happening in the charter school field. So overall, 2018 meta-analysis showed that there's gains in math for most grade groupings for charters. So there's evidence on average across a lot of studies that in a lot of places charters are doing better in math. No significant differences on average in reading. So again, these are really broad findings across the nation, lots of studies put together to say, looks like there's some evidence that charters are doing better in math, not so much in reading. The extent to which those findings are actionable for the Charter Commission here is probably debatable, but I think it helps to sort of have a sense of what's the broad research findings. The third bullet point there is important as well, because there's a growing body of research showing that there's positive influences of charter schools on other outcomes, such as educational attainment, behavioral outcomes. At this point in 2018, it was considered a tiny research base. It's growing, and seems to be a growing bit of evidence that longer-term attainment goals, behavioral outcomes, college enrollment, those outcomes seem to be linked. Better outcomes on those measures are increasingly being found for charter schools. Again, this analysis showed highly variable charter effects from one study to another. there's a lot of variation within the charter sector.
So, thank you. We got a little
You gotta
time
run.
crunch.
Okay, can I run to the last two?
Okay.
Okay, let me skip this one. This next one is saying similar from another one, but there's one other caution I would want to leave you with, which is research is also finding that charter school students switch to charter schools that are more racially alike to their group. On average, this is true for black students in Pennsylvania, white students in North Carolina, students in Indianapolis, and a nationwide study as well, finding that charter schools are linked to an outcome that we probably would all be concerned about. So I wanted to make sure I made this point because it's something that might not be on the top of our radar screen, but when we stop and think about it, it's another outcome that we should be thinking about, which is that there's some evidence that charter schools, because of that outcome, that a provision of choice, that they are linked to increasing racial segregation of schools. So thank you for your time again, and I have made note of the questions I have. If other people have additional questions, you have my contact information. I'm happy to follow up with additional information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schaff. We appreciate your time today. So close up things for the day. The forms, our conflict of interest, hold them for tomorrow. Fill them out tonight, and we'll give them to Amity in the morning. Think about, I've talked to most of you, committees, 3, business operations and hiring committee. Second one is the rules and policy. And then we're setting up a governance committee that really more focuses on us as a board. There is one other committee that I know is we're going to talk about tomorrow, and that is just for all of us to find opportunities where we can shadow the State Board of Education over the balance of this year. So we learn more. Some of you who've been there can maybe help us learn some things, but to do that as well. Does anybody have any questions before I ask for a motion? Yes?
Can we leave our binders here?
Good question. Can we?
Fine.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Chair, I'm sure we will be providing you all with a revised agenda for tomorrow. I think the good news is that we actually had a little flexibility in the agenda tomorrow. So sorry, it doesn't look like you're going to be getting out early tomorrow, but we are going to be able to get everything in tomorrow morning as for the rest of the day.
Great, thank you. So, to we complete our agenda, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So,
Second?
second.
All right, we're all there. Thank you all for a great day. Appreciate it. We, 8:30 tomorrow morning is when we start. Yes.
And I've been asked that we, as quickly as possible, vacate the room as folks are staying late for us today. So thank you for your help with that.